Chapter 6:12. After learning about the special relationship between Thea and Diana, Mela became much friendlier towards the two girls. In her simple and honest view, as long as they did not steal her husband's woman, they were all good women. The old man's eyes flickered as he weighed the pros and cons. In the end, he gave up and a possible face-slapping scenario disappeared without a trace. Thea sneered. The Sea King couple probably did not know that the underwater world and the land were not as isolated as they thought. She, who had recently taken control of the underground world, knew that there was always a secret channel between the two sides. The only thing that could make both sides sit down and talk about benefits. The seabed was rich in pearls and items from sunken ships. These things could be sold at sky-high prices on the surface. Similarly, the surface world had a wide variety of medicines and chemical products, which were very popular among the underwater nobles. It was true that the seabed was vast. Unfortunately, there were many things that could not be found underwater, so they could only seek help from the land. Both sides took what they needed. Thea even knew that her medical cabin had been smuggled here, which showed how frequent the interactions between the two sides were. No one knew when this secret channel was built. The people in charge of this channel had changed countless times. Some people worked for their entire lives and still did not know that the people they were dealing with were the legendary Atlanteans. After chasing away the annoying flies, the Sea King couple led Thea to the city center. As you can see, their attitude towards me is definitely not friendly. Let's ask my mother directly. She definitely knows the whereabouts of Poseidon. Your mother? Thea was a little surprised. Of course, it was not because the Sea King had a mother. Other than those who jumped out from the cracks of rocks, most people had a mother. This was normal. Thea was curious why his mother was still alive. Feeling that the development of things here was a little different from what she remembered, Thea decided to listen more and see less. The three of them entered the city through the main gate. Along the way, the civilians looked at Thea with surprise. She naturally did not wear a hood when visiting other people's cities. At first, she thought that the civilians were admiring her appearance. Then, she realized that something was wrong. The admiration was still there. More of the civilians were shocked that a person from the surface could appear here so openly. How can they tell that I'm a mainlander? Is there such a big difference between me and you? Thea did not understand. She felt that she was no different from the Sea King and the others. Could it be that there were only so many people in Atlantis, and everyone knew each other? Ha ha! The Sea King laughed heartily. To you, it's an extremely small area. We have gills, but you don't. The Sea King pointed at his own neck as he spoke. Thea took a closer look and realized that there were indeed tiny air holes on both sides of his neck. However, the Sea King's hair was exuberant, so they were well hidden. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell. After this brief interlude, Thea calmly accepted everyone's gazes and followed them into the inner circle of the noble district as if nothing had happened. My mother passed the trident and the throne to me. She has now retreated behind the scenes. She is very kind and wise. She must know the answer to your question. Along the way, the Sea King would occasionally introduce the current situation of the city. When he talked about his mother, his words were filled with pride. It was another old woman. This was the only thought that appeared in Thea's mind. There were many more old women in this world than expected, and they were all political figures. Her own Moira, Diana's biological mother Hippolyte, the Sea King's mother, Luther's mother. In the Sea King's impression of his mother, she was kind and considerate. Without looking, Thea knew that it was all an act because her own mother was the same. The three of them did not go to the palace. Instead, they went to a small courtyard not far from the palace. According to the Sea King, after he inherited the throne, his mother was still close to guide him. When they stepped into the courtyard, a person rushed out in a hurry. The person had black hair and a black vest. His gaze swept across the Sea King and the others, pausing for a moment on Thea's face for some reason. After that, he left without looking back. That bastard AMU doesn't respect Arthur at all, Mela said indignantly. The Sea King did not have much prejudice against this half-brother of his. In fact, he even fantasized about being respectful to his younger brother. When the three of them walked into the house, they were all stunned by the scene in front of them. A mature woman was lying in a pool of blood. There was a sharp blade in her back that pierced through her chest. "Mother!" the Sea King roared. Mela was stunned and hurriedly went to check the wound. Thea rolled her eyes speechlessly. In an instant, she thought of many things. Conspiracy, conspiracy, and conspiracy. Unlike the two naive children of the Sea King, she thought deeper and further. However, all the explanations could only be verified after the fact. The most important thing now was to save the mother. "I'll save her." Thea asked Mela to stand aside. This girl had no experience in treating people. The Sea King's mother was about to die. How could she use water to freeze the wound? External injuries could be treated in this way. However, in this situation, the more her body temperature was lost, the faster she would die. She raised her hand and used 3 healing spells on the mother to keep her alive. Thea immediately took out her special medical cabin. Magic was not omnipotent. For fatal wounds like this, some surgical methods were more effective than magic. Thea scanned the woman's organs with her supervision. They were similar to those of modern Earthlings. However, she did not dare to be careless. Coincidentally, there were many books in the study of the Sea King's mother. She found a medical book and started reading. With the help of the time acceleration enchantment, she finished reading all the medical books in Atlantis in just 30 seconds. Next, she started to work. She built an extracorporeal circulation system, cleaned the wound, and used magic to promote the self-growth of the cells. "There's a poison in your mother's body that's resisting my magic. I need some time to study this poison. It's best that we go to the surface to treat her." Thea's treatment was extremely fast. Sometimes she felt that she was about to become the god of medicine. "We have all kinds of equipment in Atlantis. Why don't we treat her here?" The Sea King was a little puzzled. He was relatively naive and did not smell the thick smell of conspiracy in the air. Thea smiled bitterly. "If I'm not wrong, Atlantis will soon not belong to you, but to them." Huh. The couple did not understand such a strange sentence. Fortunately, someone revealed the answer for him. He, who had been paying attention to his mother, finally realized something. There was a hubbub of voices outside the courtyard. Many voices were inadvertently heard. "That person from the surface killed the queen. We must avenge the queen. Arthur is also an accomplice. They were all bewitched by the people from the surface. Let Sir AMU lead us to avenge the people from the surface." The sudden turn of the situation stunned the Sea King couple. They did not know how things turned out this way. The old man who blocked the way before did not seem to be afraid of my political identity. Instead, he used it. They want to start a war. Thea was speechless as she revealed the answer. Chapter 613. Seeing that the Sea King and his wife were still in a daze, she continued her analysis. "I don't know if the real mastermind is your good brother, but to be able to come up with such a plan in such a short time, this person is very good at planning. First, she got rid of your greatest support, your mother, and then framed me. This was a very ingenious plan. Not only did she deprive you of your throne, but she also used my identity to turn the ordinary people's love for the queen into hatred for the people on the surface. You understand now?" Thea finished and looked outside again. The ice wall made by Mela would not be able to hold them off for long. Moreover, the enemy had already assembled the advance troops. It could be said that this plan was not made in a day or two. I don't believe that AMU would do such a thing. He must have been bewitched. It's all those elders doing. The Sea King didn't believe that his relatively honest younger brother would do such a thing. Thea could only remain silent. She did not want to get involved in other people's family matters. Originally, she only wanted to ask for the address of the Sea King and then retreat. Now that the situation was escalating, these people actually wanted to launch a land attack. Were they too free? Wealth from war was indeed good, but the current Earth had to preserve every bit of vitality in order to face future enemies. Not only the people on land, but the Atlanteans at the bottom of the sea were also part of the Earth. Every sacrifice would be a great loss. Unfortunately, she was compassionate for the sake of the big picture, but some people treated her as a pushover. It's that woman. Kill her and avenge the queen. Someone in the crowd said. Judging from the voice, it was the counselor who blocked the way. Many of the civilians were bewitched. The mastermind knew these people's personalities very well. He chose those who were usually very impulsive. Seeing that they were holding all kinds of spears and sticks, Thea put on her hood again. She was afraid that her sneer would be seen. At the same time, she accumulated magic in her body. Even if she did not kill them, she should teach them an unforgettable lesson. Stop, all of you stop. See, King Arthur waved his trident in front of her. In the past, the crowd would show a certain degree of respect when facing the trident, but today the queen was lying in a pool of blood, which made them burn with anger. Arthur, remember that you are our king, not some surface person. Hand over the woman behind you, and we will still respect you. The Elder Council will judge her fairly. A bunch of people were talking at once. Mela had been comforting Thea, afraid that she would go on a killing spree and cause a bloodbath. Listen to my explanation. Thea is not the murderer. She entered the courtyard with us. The real murderer is... He hesitated at the end. The crowd was in an uproar. It could be seen that the Sea King still had a certain amount of prestige, so they tried to give him a chance to explain himself. It's OM. We saw OM hurrying out of the room. The Sea King painfully told the truth. He thought that the crowd would calm down, but he had underestimated AMU's reputation in Atlantis. He had also overestimated the credibility of his words. He lied. OM is not that kind of person. Arthur, you traitor of Atlantis, how dare you frame your brother, who has always respected you? The crowd finally exploded. Compared to Arthur, who had only been here for a few years, they trusted OM, who grew up in Atlantis more. One grew up on the surface, and the other grew up beside them. Who would they trust? Subjectively, they believed and agreed with OM, which naturally caused them to be disgusted with Arthur. Perhaps OM was the most suitable king of Atlantis? This thought instantly appeared in everyone's mind. Thea was speechless when she saw this scene. The other party had accurately grasped Arthur's mentality and made him cut off all ties with his people. As long as he protected Thea, he would automatically give up the throne. If he did not protect her, a war against the surface would break out at any time. The situation took a turn for the worse. The angry civilians no longer had any concerns. They grabbed their weapons and rushed towards the three of them. The Sea King kept shouting, telling them to stop and listen to him. Unfortunately, these people thought that they had found the truth. The chaotic roars drowned out his explanation. What should they do? A serious problem appeared in the minds of the three of them. Thea did not have any scruples. She wanted to use her strength to defeat these ignorant civilians and then reveal the real culprit. With her supervision, she saw a large number of soldiers walking out of the barracks and starting to gather. Their target was this small courtyard. Atlantis lacked a lot of medicine. This was not because of their lack of technology, but because they lacked some necessary materials. Their technology was very advanced, and they were all equipped with energy weapons. Thea did not know how big their army was, but as far as she could see, there were tens of thousands of soldiers with advanced weapons marching towards this place. Unfortunately, she looked at the unconscious former queen. If she was not poisoned and unconscious, she could easily suppress the rebellion with her prestige. Now, she could only choose to avoid it. Arthur, the enemy's army is very close. Let's save your mother first. Thea stopped the Sea King, who was still arguing with the civilians. If they did not leave now, when would they? Tens of thousands of people against her. It would be very difficult if they could not kill her. If the Atlanteans had some advanced technology, it would be awkward. The Sea King and his wife knew that she had the ability to teleport. After thinking about it, they could only choose to retreat. The real intention of the mastermind was to force them to leave. The army gathering was more like a signal. The Sea King needed time to save his mother, and they also needed time to reorganize their army and go to the surface. As long as the flames of war were ignited, racial hatred would form. Even if the queen appeared again, it would not be so easy to resolve. Both sides were racing against time. Now, it was up to Thea to save the queen and return to Atlantis first, or their army to the surface first. Mira controlled the seawater to disperse the civilians. Thea brought them directly back to the metropolis. She had a large number of instruments in her laboratory that could detect toxins. In order to speed up, she also called Poison Ivy to help with the examination. Modern technology checked again and again, but in the end, they could not analyze what kind of poison it was. Thea suspected that it was a secret recipe of the palace or a toxin refined from some substances that were extinct on Earth. However, her magic did have a miraculous effect. She used a large amount of magic to wash away the toxins. In addition, Poison Ivy also created a plant medicine that neutralized part of the toxins. After an hour of hard work, the queen finally woke up slowly. She looked around for a long time. She did not recognize the environment in front of her. Unlike ordinary Atlanteans, she had lived on the surface before, and it was during that time that she met the Sea King's father. The oxygen content in the air told her that this was the surface. But how did she come here? Chapter 614. Thea left some space for the mother and son to talk. She walked out of the room and browsed through the information that Gideon had collected. While they were treating the injured, the other party was not slow either. The large number of troops could not be gathered in a short period of time. However, they were ruthless enough to send out a small team of about 100 people to attack the surface. These people were kamikazes. Their purpose was to sacrifice their lives and start a war between the two sides. When they first saw their battleships coming out of the sea, many citizens took pictures, thinking that it was a game show. It was only when the Atlantean soldiers walked out of the battleships and prepared to shoot at the crowd that they realized the danger they were in. Fortunately, or rather, unluckily for these people, they chose Gotham as their first stop. The simple-minded citizens of Gotham City had never seen plasma weapons before. However, when they saw these people in strange outfits and assumed shooting positions, they all chose to evade out of reflex. As a member of the Gotham family, even the normal citizens had a bonus to their dodge. For example, Master Bat could dodge bullets with a light jump and dodge Omega Ray with a heavy jump. This was an external sign that their dodge attributes were stacked to the max. The kamikazes fired for a long time, but they were dumbfounded to find that no one was killed. Only a few were injured. Were the people on the surface so fierce? A shadow appeared in the hearts of the kamikazes. Of course, they were not tired of living and wanted to die. Instead, they had noble morals. At least from their point of view, they were very noble. When the small team set off, the Elder Council advocated that they would take down America in 3 days and conquer the world in a month, returning Earth to the embrace of Atlantis. Looking at it now, this goal seemed to be a little difficult. Before they could walk out of the ominous situation, a large cloud was flying towards them. This could be called a nightmare for them for a long time in the future. As a person who only slept for an hour a day, Batman saw an unfamiliar force enter his city and open fire without saying anything. He immediately rushed to the scene in the Bat Fighter. He met up with Batgirl and Third Robin, and the three of them beat up more than 100 people. They did not die, but severe injuries were unavoidable. Thea was secretly glad when she saw this. Batman's principle of not killing was sometimes troublesome, but sometimes it was useful. Arthur, a small team from Atlantis, landed 10 minutes ago and was wiped out. She hurriedly told the Sea King's family the good news. The Sea King was a little dumbfounded. On the one hand, he was surprised by the opponent's speed. On the other hand, he shared the same thoughts as the more than 100 of his injured clansmen. Were the people on the ground really that fierce? No one died. You probably know that it was Batman who stopped them. Thea thought to herself, not only did she stop their evil deeds, but these people would probably have to spend the rest of their lives in wheelchairs if there were wheelchairs at the bottom of the sea. I have to make a trip to Batman's side. His troops will continue to emerge. Humans must be prepared. Thea was speechless. Coordinating the cooperation between superheroes and the government was undoubtedly her mission. It would take time to resist the enemy's army, time for the Sea King's mother to recover, and time for them to return to Atlantis and set things right. Many troops were already on their way to the surface. Even if the order was changed at the last minute, there would be those who refused to obey the order. Thea could only coordinate and build the humans' defense line first. If a few casualties were unavoidable in this war, it would have to be the Atlanteans. She checked the Queen's injuries again. Her physique was also very strong. It was just that the residual poison had suppressed the speed of her recovery. Optimistically, it would take more than half a day for her to recover to the point where she could seize power. This was not a game. Even if her HP was full, she would not be able to recover. There was an upper limit to healing skills. The growth of cells could not be too fast. This was determined by objective laws. The Sea King couple also had mobile phones. Thea told them to keep in touch while she teleported to Gotham. She had lost count of how many times she had been to the Batcave, but she still did not like the dark environment here. What made her even more curious was that no matter when she came to the Batcave, Master Bat would always be dressed the same way. Who was he showing off to when he was at home with a hood? Look at him, wearing Kevlar all day long. It would take him a lot of effort to go to the toilet. Batman was used to Miss Thea coming and going as she pleased. He was studying the energy weapons of the Atlanteans. He glanced at Thea from the corner of his eyes. Is the enemy this time related to you? Thea cried out that she had been wronged. She explained everything from the beginning to the end. Just by looking at Batman's eyes, she knew that her explanation was feeble. The Atlanteans. Batman had also investigated the Sea King. He even had a set of black manta ray tights. He was not completely ignorant of this underwater country. Anyway, this is what happened. These guys. Thea looked at the men of sacrifice who were knocked out by Batman with a strong anesthetic. These guys will have to be returned later. Don't go overboard. Thea's words were to leave the rest to fate. Batman would not give up on the research materials at hand. With his personality, he would definitely test the Atlanteans' various numerical values. How much heat they could withstand, how much pressure they could withstand, how long they could survive in a vacuum environment, and lastly, their magnetic field and resonance frequency. After leaving the Batcave, they went to the Kansas farm. Superman was at home accompanying his wife who was about to give birth. After hearing Thea's description of the current situation, Superman immediately said that there was no problem. He would not hurt the Earthlings and could not kill the Atlanteans. He had no pressure in doing this. After that, Thea greeted the various superheroes and leaders of various countries. 3 motherships, 10 giant mechs, and 80 small mechs were all ready for battle. The vanguard of the Atlanteans had already set off from the deep sea. 2 submarines cruising in the Atlantic Ocean were attacked by them. Fortunately, Superman arrived in time and saved the submarines. The dark clouds of war shrouded the entire world without the knowledge of ordinary citizens. Rio de Janeiro, the coast of Florida, Caracas. We have seen the enemy landing. The frontline troops have all assembled. The mech troops are ready. A lot of intelligence gathered at the Pentagon. General Swanwick had a bitter face as he deployed the defense. He was originally a black man, but now his face was even darker. Mr. President was too lazy to do anything to save his reputation. When he heard that the Atlanteans were invading, he did not ask about the details at all. He hid in the basement without saying anything and pushed everything to the Department of Defense. In a private call to the minister, Mr. President very happily delegated power and said that even if he was defeated, if he wanted to sign the surrender agreement, he could sign his name. He didn't care about the pillar of shame in history at all. There was only one condition, and that was to not disturb him. It was just an empty reputation. He had long put it aside. Chapter 6:15. Mr. President had given up on himself and was unfazed. General Swanwick could not do the same. He felt that he could still be saved as the Minister of Defense. If this was a normal era, his military power could crush the U.S. military of all eras. Unfortunately, the current era was not normal. When Thea learned that he was leading the army, she even took the time to help spread the past of Atlantis. These words sounded like sleep talk to him. Atlanteans? You must be kidding me. However, the images captured by the satellite told him that Thea was telling the truth. This made the African minister, who had always had a firm view of the world, feel helpless. Please rest assured, Mr. Minister, the superheroes will help to resist. I don't ask the frontline soldiers to not kill anyone. That would be making things difficult for them. However, we can't take the initiative to provoke them. This is just a conspiracy of a small group of people. There is still a chance to salvage the situation. Thea nagged at the generals to reason with them. If they were obedient, it would be fine. If they were disobedient, they would use their divine power to confuse them. She was doing this for the sake of everyone's peace. She did not feel burdened at all. Thea worked nonstop to coordinate the relationship between all parties. Superman was in charge of the sky, the Flash was in charge of the ground, and the remaining heroes were in position to prepare for the enemy's first wave of attack. The Sea King's mother was called Atlanta. It was a very beautiful name. After treatment, she had regained some ability to walk. After understanding what had happened, she also did not want a war between the ground and the sea. Regardless of her weak body, she insisted on stopping the war. This was completely in line with Thea's plan. She did not have time to ask about Poseidon. She teleported again and brought Atlanta and the Sea King couple to the landing point of the Atlanteans to stop their actions. The first 2 landing points were considered successful. Neither the generals nor the soldiers expected the respected queen to still be alive. They were here for revenge. This made them feel dissatisfied that they were fooled by the Elder Council. The 2 dangerous situations were eliminated. The generals on both sides were ordered not to fire. Unfortunately, they encountered a huge obstacle at the 3rd landing point. The Sea Lord AMU who was wearing a fish scale armor and holding a magic halberd, walked out with a crowd. When he saw that his biological mother was still alive, he pointed at Atlanta and said loudly to his subordinates, "This woman is not my mother. This woman is not my mother at all. She was transformed by that surface, which..." He was the one who had called a deer a horse, but there were still people who believed him. There were 3 old men behind him. From Thea's point of view, their clothes were absolutely gorgeous. The 3 of them didn't wait for AMU's words to finish before they immediately voiced their support. This person said, "That's right. The queen can't be so weak. It's as if a gust of wind could blow her away." The other one pointed at Thea. "It's all because of this surface witch's disguise. The queen's corpse is still in Atlantis, waiting for you to avenge her." If AMU's words were a little tough on the outside, but weak on the inside, the acting skills of these old guys could be said to have reached perfection. They used Atlanta's weak body and Thea's teleportation to make an issue out of it, and cleverly linked the two together. Their purpose was to refuse to admit that what was true was false even if it was true. The soldiers below were completely confused. In general, the idea of attacking the surface people had a certain market among the Atlanteans. However, most people opposed it. Their physiological structure had completely changed, and they could not live on land at all. After killing all the surface people, they would have to retreat to the sea. This kind of war was completely meaningless to the soldiers below, except for the satisfaction of conquering the surface people. Kill that witch, and we can break all the magic. One of the old men pointed at Thea and ordered. The people on Earth had satellites, and the Atlanteans also had similar monitoring methods. Thea had been teleporting around the world for a few hours, so it was not difficult to find her. In their view, once this Earthling died, the conflict between the two sides would become obvious. On the other hand, they were also annoyed by this kind of teleportation that came and went without a trace. Most of the soldiers did not follow blindly. They could still feel the smell of a conspiracy. However, there were always a few simple-minded weirdos who, upon hearing the order, opened fire on Thea without thinking. In order to help resolve the conflict between the two sides, she had spent the past few hours trying to persuade them. Now, the other party treated her as a soft persimmon, which completely angered the goddess of trade and wealth. The rolling divine power was no longer suppressed, and all of it surged to the other side, an invisible force that everyone could feel swept across the Atlanteans. Next, she saw the black technology of the Atlanteans. They had activated some kind of force field device, and a sky blue energy wall shrouded them. Thea was a little surprised because she found that this device was operated by water. The other party's water controllers, the people of Mira, were constantly pouring seawater into the device to maintain the energy shield. The few old men who were scared **Tles before became complacent again when they saw that their safety was guaranteed. One of them even gave Sia a provocative look, as if to say, "Aren't you awesome? I'm standing right here. What can you do to me?" Thea's temper also rose. The brainwashing of the firstborn was disrupted and came out to find trouble. These days, it had not been smooth sailing. Now, even a nameless cameo dared to provoke her. She was ready to give these guys a hard time. The abundant divine power began to hit their shield like a giant hammer. The faces of several people operating the shield changed drastically. They directly turned a certain switch of the device to the maximum. At the same time, the water controllers were desperately pouring seawater into the shield to convert it into energy to resist the suppression of the divine power. It had to be said that their utilization of energy was much higher than that of the Earthlings. The energy contained in the seawater was almost 1-to-1 added to the shield. Seeing that the shield was constantly changing colors from dark blue to light blue, the few old men looked at each other and did not look too good. They did not know what kind of invisible energy Thea was controlling. The scientists stayed in Atlantis and did not follow the army, but they knew that the other party must not have good intentions by hitting the shield so hard. The seawater was being consumed violently. The people were busy, but quantity was still not as good as quality. Relying on the black technology and the efforts of countless mortals, they could not stop the true god. Thea was confident that with 3 more hits, she could break the turtle shell. Just as she was about to break the shield in one go, a huge whirlpool appeared at the end of her sight. At the same time, a sharp and majestic divine power slowly rose from it. Damn it! She, who had always thought of herself as a lady, could not help but curse. What a coincidence! Thea stopped attacking and looked a little speechlessly into the distance. She laughed self-deprecatingly. This saved her a lot of trouble. She did not have to ask about the whereabouts of Poseidon, because Poseidon had come to find her. Chapter 6:16. As the Atlanteans, who had worshipped Poseidon for countless years, they sensed Poseidon's appearance only a little later than Thea. A few guys who looked like clerics were bowing in the distance. Poseidon did not show himself directly, but he sent out his voice. Why are mortals consuming so much seawater? Are you ignoring the majesty of the sea? Poseidon's voice was very dull, as if he was talking with a quilt. In Poseidon's opinion, it was most likely that the humans had nothing better to do, so they were reclaiming the sea. Every drop of seawater corresponded to his divine power, which was his capital to fight against Zeus and Hades. If they took advantage of his long sleep to reclaim the sea, he could not do anything. Now that he was awake, he naturally could not let the humans do as they pleased. Poseidon's body was still deep in the sea, maintaining a state of sleep. This time, it was only his avatar. He did not expect there to be a god on the surface, so he did not use any divine power to detect. Just like how Hades ignored Thea, Poseidon did not have the habit of casting detection spells on others anytime, anywhere. He did not know that there was a god at the scene who was about to reason with him. His original plan was very good. He was ready to leave after showing off. How could Thea let him run away? She used all her divine power and directly smashed the Atlanteans' protective shield. She was very tight on time and had no time to negotiate with them. In order to prevent them from attacking recklessly, she needed to make a symbolic deterrent. Her stern gaze swept across the Atlanteans and finally found the magic halberd in AMU's hand. This ambitious but incompetent second prince was far less upright than his brother. He was somewhat evading Thea's gaze, but he instinctively held the halberd tightly. This is it. Thea opened her left hand, and under the influence of invisible waves, AMU's halberd flew into her palm. A magic halberd? She checked it for a while and sneered. What magic halberd? It smelled like a demon. Originally, she just wanted to throw it back to give him a deterrent, but the demon's participation changed her mind. Demons were enemies of order, and it was not wrong to kill one on sight. This halberd was not only made by a demon, but there was also a weak soul left in it. The soul was constantly devouring AMU's flesh and blood to restore its own state. Kid, you will thank me in the future. Thea gave AMU an enigmatic smile. She gripped the weapon with both hands and began to exert force. At the same time, her divine power entered the halberd. The demon inside was terrified to the extreme. The nameless demon did not know where this divine power came from, but it felt as if its body was being burned by flames. In the face of a disaster, it no longer hid. A shadow appeared above the halberd and tried several times to leave Thea's hand. At the same time, with the help of the soul connection, he began to absorb AMU's life force. The poor second-generation king screamed and fell to the ground. If it was a long, drawn-out battle, it would definitely cause irreversible damage to AMU. Unfortunately, there was an insurmountable gap between Thea and the nameless demon. This demon was similar to the one in Chatter Santana's body. Thea's divine power was like a millstone, and as soon as the two sides collided, the demon was crushed into fine powder. The demon was destroyed, and the halberd in Thea's hand was not much harder than chopsticks. With a crack, it broke into two. Your brother was bewitched by the demon. He needs some time to recover, Thea explained to the Sea King and Atlanta. Previously, they had all seen the demon absorbing AMU's shadow. Knowing that the demon had confused the nature of his younger brother, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. This made sense. Only a person controlled by the demon could do such a tragedy. As for the truth, it was up to them to deal with it. AMU was seriously injured. A few old guys were a little shocked by Thea and hurriedly carried AMU back for treatment. The humans had no intention of attacking. Thea asked them to wait for orders and make use of this time to deal with the Sea King. She followed the other party's divine power and dived down. Even if the other party was slow, he would still be able to see her. Which divine system are you from? The Sea Emperor's clone did not know what the other party's intentions were, but when he probed, he was given a fright. The other party's godly energy was abundant. Although there were subtle differences in the various types of godly energy, the one following them was a true god. The Sea Emperor's clone was certain of this. Strength was the basic platform for conversation. The Sea King's clone could not figure out the other party's intentions, so he spoke politely. Thea was also surprised. The sea always gave people the feeling of stormy waves, wild and unrestrained. She did not know if the other party was old or not confident enough. However, if people respect me, I will respect them tenfold. She knew how to play and pretend to be a lady. Your Majesty, I accept the request of the Hera Divine King to invite you to attack the underworld together. The other party's divine power turned into a human form. It was an elegant old man with a curly beard. The old man's tone was cold. My dear sister became the Divine King? How come she has such great authority now that she can order me around? Thea wanted to continue persuading, but the other party rolled up the seawater. Leave my sea. You are not welcome here. The turbulent seawater rolled back. Thea was not afraid of this clone. This clone looked scary, but it was not as strong as Diana. She just did not know the strength of this guy. If it was only at the level of a firstborn, she was not afraid. If it was very strong, she could only give up. With a cautious attitude, she avoided the seawater temporarily. This caused her to float thousands of miles away, and countless fish in the ocean were swept away along with her. The other party was very cunning. He was afraid that Thea would follow him, so he quickly fled to the south. The lady sneered softly. Hera had told her about the approximate location of the Sea King. It was definitely not the sea, where the Sea King's clone was now. Moreover, the other party's attempt to hide made it more conspicuous. It seemed that he was afraid that she would follow. Thea had remembered the other party's divine power before. Now she took out the holy sword and amplified her perception to find the location of the Sea King's real body. The tentacles of her spiritual power were extended infinitely, and many fish became her eyes and ears. The surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles of sea territory appeared in her eyes. As she searched, a fish suddenly disappeared from her perception. Thea pursed her lips and smiled. It was here. The other party was hiding in a very exquisitely designed subspace. Like a sharp arrow, she dived quickly, and her target was the vanishing point. The divine power could not be hidden from others. The Sea King's clone thought that he could distract this big trouble, but he did not expect that Thea would still find out. He could only turn around to intercept again. Sia quickly realized that her speed underwater was far slower than the old man's. The old man's clone was not as strong as her, and he was far away from her, but he had reached the vanishing point first. When Sia got close, she found that the old man had stopped and was staring at her angrily. Chapter 6:17. What a coincidence! Thea greeted the old man cheerfully. At first, the old man's eyes were as big as copper bells. Then he thought of something, and his anger slowly subsided. Looking at the textbook changes in his facial expression, Thea wanted to take out her phone and create an emoji of him gradually stabilizing his expression. "What are you trying to do?" the old man said angrily. Unfortunately, Sia had already seen through his act of seduction. To put it nicely, these gods were willful, but to put it bluntly, they were unscrupulous. This kind of character also determined that they would not play tricks. Just like how Athena dealt with Aramani by turning people into spiders, they did such a heinous thing openly. They had no intention of hiding it. The only good thing about being unscrupulous was that they were used to being arrogant and rarely lied. Their acting skills were not up to standard. "I can't reason with you. I want to talk to your main body," Thea said fearlessly. At the same time, she was testing his bottom line. Bulsh *T. The Poseidon clone was so angry that he wanted to curse. The clone and the main body were naturally connected. He had never heard of the main body agreeing when the clone disagreed. Seeing Thea acting shamelessly, he really did not know what to say. After thinking for a while, he finally decided to take a small step back. "Okay, I won't argue with you about Hera's god king. I know that Hades is preparing to attack Mount Olympus." The old man's words proved that he understood the development of the situation. "Don't try to fool me." Sia, on the other hand, saw something else. If this guy was content with the status quo, there was no need for him to spend so much effort to gather information. The human world had the internet, but the Greek gods didn't, especially the Emperor of the Sea, Pluto, and Zeus. It could be said that they basically didn't have any contact with each other. Now, he knew that Hades was about to attack Mount Olympus. Either Hades had contacted him, or he had secretly observed it. She was not afraid of his concern. She was afraid that he did not care and had the intention to interfere. That would make it easier to make a fuss. Thea cleared her thoughts. "Your Majesty, Mount Olympus is now the weakest, you are in the middle, and Hades is the strongest. You don't deny this, do you?" The old man snorted proudly. "Mount Olympus has been breached, and the gods have fled to the human world. Who is Hades' next target? He can't suppress me. The human world is too small. The gods are his target, and the ocean is infinitely vast." The old man didn't take her words to heart at all. Thea snorted. "What vast ocean? Why don't you just say that you found a place to hide, and the other party won't be able to find you? After all, the ocean covers 70% of the Earth's surface. If this old man wants to run away, it will be really difficult to find him." "All right, let's change our perspective. All the gods have been destroyed by Hades, and he has entered the kingdom of the dead. Every time a god dies, his power will increase. At that time, Hades will be the strongest in history. Will you tolerate a Hades whose divine power is infinitely increasing? Will he let you go?" Thea was taking things for granted. The gods were not fools. Even if they could not win, they could still run away. Like herself, if Earth was lost, there were countless planets she could take refuge in, not to mention that she had the support of a world like the new planet of creation. All the gods had their own means. Even Ares, who was now at his last breath, would not die so easily. However, the possibility of all the gods dying in battle still existed. No one could say for sure if the underworld had some means to prevent the gods from escaping. Of course, Poseidon didn't want to have a boss above his head. After all, the three brothers were equals before. Although Zeus was strong, he didn't wantonly invade their territory. If Hades became the boss, would he still tolerate Poseidon? This was a question mark. But even so, Poseidon still didn't want to send troops to participate in the battle. There was no benefit for him at all. He wanted to sit and watch the two sides fight to the death and then reap the benefits. This was his idea. Thea saw his expression change slightly and knew that her words had a little effect. Under the perception of her divine power, he seemed to care about benefits. What were benefits? Benefits were also within the scope of wealth. Even if there was a deviation, she could still perceive some of his true thoughts. Her Majesty Hera is preparing to gather the strength of the gods and attack the underworld in one go. Now, we just want to know Poseidon's position. Thea saw that the old man was pretending to be silent, so she threw another piece of shocking news at him. Just as he was thinking about when he should participate in the battle to maximize his benefits, he suddenly heard such earth-shattering words. The old man was a little confused. It took him a while to understand the meaning of Thea's words. You mean you want to attack the underworld? Aren't you going to defend? He only said that he wanted to attack you. He didn't even do anything, and you want to fight back? Do you have to be so hot-tempered? Of course, she would not say that it was her idea and push the blame to Hera. Sia pretended that she was just an idle person who was helping. She even shrugged her shoulders to express her helplessness and confusion. Then she pulled her fingers and included all the gods who participated in the battle, including Apollo, who didn't cooperate, and the two who ran away. No matter what, the momentum has been built. We are 10 against 1, no matter how fierce Hades is. There should be a limit. These words made the Poseidon's balance tilt in favor of the gods. He didn't know Thea and Diana, but he knew his nephews and nieces very well. If Apollo and Hercules were present, just these two alone would be enough to make Hades suffer. In addition, Hera, who was originally only half a step behind the three brothers, was now the god-king Hera. She could justifiably take out Zeus's top-grade divine equipment. After wearing it, her overall strength wouldn't be weaker than any of the main gods. The Poseidon thought to himself, she's very strong. Thinking about Hera's strength, it wouldn't be a problem to take the initiative to attack. What should he do? What will I get if I participate in the battle? Peace in the divine world. Thea finished and looked at the old man's disdainful smile. And jurisdiction over the river Styx. Oh, Hera is willing to let me control the river Styx. Wrong. Not Hera, but Hades. We are fighting for peace and forcing Hades to sign the peace agreement so that the divine world can have a smooth transition after the Zeus era. These words really moved the Poseidon. This is all Hera's idea. Her personality has changed a bit. One had to know that in Poseidon's eyes, Hera was a narrow-minded woman who fussed over small things every day. This was also the main reason why he disliked Hera as the god-king. Now, he couldn't stand it anymore. Foresight was important. His sister and sister-in-law seemed to be showing signs of being reborn. Originally, Thea only wanted him to send troops to help in the battle. Now that he was a little moved, she thought that she might as well pull him over in person. The three of you are all pillars of the divine world. You've put aside your differences and are working together to overcome the current crisis. If you sign the peace agreement, it's best that you be present in person. Where is your original body now? Thea was still thinking about the Poseidon's treasury. Of course, she wanted to go in and take a look if she had the chance. Chapter 6:18. At the mention of the main body, the Sea King's avatar scratched his head. Now, he wanted benefits, but he did not want to expose himself. He was in a dilemma. Thea saw that he was silent and could only give up. There were still a lot of things to do in the outside world. Now that she had found the hiding place of the Sea King, she could come again next time. Immediately, The two of them finalized the dispatch of troops. Thea had completed her task. She hurriedly came out of the water to solve the problem outside. The Atlanteans had a total of 5 landing points. Thea and the rest stopped 3 of them. The Sea King used his swimming advantage to cross the ocean and forcibly stopped another landing point. In the end, a fight broke out at the last landing point. Atlanta controlled AMU and a few elders and sent an order to stop the fight at the last landing point. However, these guys were stubborn. They were determined to fight. The Atlantean soldiers were full of doubts, but they had to obey the orders of a few people in power. The buzzing of energy weapons began to sound. After receiving the signal of the other party to attack first, the Earth side also chose to fire. The Atlanteans felt that they could crush them. The human army, or the human higher-ups, also wanted to see if the real strength of this evil neighbor was as powerful as Thea said. The two sides seemed to have discussed it beforehand. There were almost no negotiations or other diplomatic means. They chose to fire directly. Both sides wanted to fight first and talk later. After being forced by Thea to climb the technology tree, the human weapons could be said to have a qualitative change from the original time and space. A giant mech carried a huge power and directly killed into the enemy's camp. There were also 10 small mechs as support. Laser weapons were not exclusive to the Atlanteans. The small elite human troops were also equipped with laser weapons. The giant mech entered unhindered. The Atlanteans also had mechanical weapons similar to tanks. Unfortunately, in front of the 1,000-ton mech, they were like toys and were sent flying everywhere. However, they had been planning for a long time. They were not without the ability to fight back. The deep-sea giant beast was their trump card. Giant beasts that were dozens of meters tall were summoned from the deep sea. These were all creatures from the ancient times. Because of their huge size, they could no longer survive on land. Some of them even struggled to survive in the deep sea. They were even modified by the Atlantean scientists into cyborg creatures. One of the sea monsters was almost translucent. It looked like a jellyfish that had been magnified hundreds of times. More than a dozen tentacles that were more than 100 meters long wrapped around the mech. A colorless and transparent gas spurted out from the end of the tentacles. The shell of the giant mech seemed to have been splashed with a layer of concentrated acid. The pilot hurriedly activated the energy shield to prevent the power core from being damaged. Another sea beast that looked like a nautilus crawled out of the sea with great difficulty. What looked like its head had a large bloody mouth with 3 layers of fine teeth. Together with 2 large pincers, it pounced toward the giant mecha with ferocious ferocity. The 2 giant beasts surrounded the giant mecha. The pilot of the mecha kept activating all kinds of shields and switching weapons. He fought with all his might, but he was still suppressed. Both sides fought until the surface of the sea was turbulent. A large number of mechanical parts and severed limbs of the sea beasts, as well as blood, splashed down like rain. It was the first time that humans had seen a monster of this size. To be honest, they were a little scared. They, including the political leaders of various countries who were watching the battle through the satellites, did not expect that such a prehistoric creature was still hidden on Earth. Human scientists had always suspected that there were giant sea beasts that were much larger than expected in the deep sea. They had also given various examples to prove it. After today, the teachers and students who studied paleontology were in luck. Because the existence of sea beasts had been confirmed, they would have countless research projects in the future. The humans were shocked. The Atlanteans were also intimidated by the combat power of the giant mecha. To some extent, such man-made creatures were even more terrifying than sea beasts. They knew that sea beasts were not Tom, Dick, and Harry. There were only a few of them in the deep sea. In order to reduce the consumption of their bodies, many of them chose to hibernate. Now, they could control less than 5 of them. Among them, 3 of them had undergone cyborg modification. For example, the Nautilus sea beast that was besieging the Mecha was one of the more mechanized ones. That was why it had survived until today. They were too old, and their combat power had deteriorated greatly. Otherwise, 2 of them would not have failed to take down the giant mecha of the humans. The exchange of fire between the ground troops also made both sides frown. 10 small mechas acted as the main force, accompanied by a large group of human soldiers. They were not crushed in the face of the Atlanteans' technology. Both sides fought back and forth quite well. The humans were slightly at a disadvantage, and the battle situation was about 6-4. After not winning the first battle, the ordinary Atlanteans began to feel tired of the war. Half a day ago, they were still at home and were forcibly recruited to fight. It was fine if they could win, but the situation now was fundamentally different from what the elders had said before they set off, that the people on the ground would not be able to withstand a single blow. The humans were also a little annoyed that they had rashly opened fire. Their strength was still not enough. Originally, they thought that Dr. Thea had nothing to do after eating her fill. Now, it seemed that she had not taken big enough steps. The humans still had potential to continue to dig deeper. The Atlanteans did not know that they had unwittingly helped the eldest miss and suppressed the arrogance of the humans. They were still clenching their teeth and persevering. Conquering the continent by force seemed a little far-fetched now, but if they won the battle, they would get some benefits. At the same time, they would give their soldiers an explanation. The reason why their thinking changed so quickly was because of a guy in blue clothes and a red cape floating above the battlefield. The ordinary Atlanteans did not know which side this guy was on, because no matter who was in danger, he would rescue them. The humans knew that this was Superman and naturally expressed their gratitude for being rescued. The Atlanteans also received the same treatment and thought that this big boss was on their side. In addition, there was a yellow lightning on the battlefield that came and went to rescue people. Similarly, it was a display of boundless love. The ordinary Atlanteans thought that it was quite fun, but the higher-ups were stunned. Were the people on the ground now so terrifying? The technology that they were proud of could not detect what the yellow lightning was at all. They could not even aim, so how could they fight? The Flash and the others could not aim, but Superman in the sky could. After some discussion, they decided to give this guy in the sky a shot to test his strength. In the end, the energy cannon that glowed with a blue light hit Superman's strong chest muscles. Brother Superman looked at them in confusion and did what he was supposed to do as if nothing had happened. Oh my God, is this guy even human? The few old Atlanteans looked at each other. Their current strongest weapon could not even break through this guy's skin. Although they did not learn Chinese, the few words that appeared in their minds were terrifying. When Thea arrived, the intensity of the exchange of fire between the two sides had decreased. Both sides were afraid of each other, especially when there was the deterrence of Superman in the sky and the Flash on the ground. The humans were easy to deal with. Thea directly called the Minister of Defense. If the leading general did not want to commit treason, he had to be obedient. The Atlanteans were a little more troublesome. When Thea teleported in, the few old men thought that she was here to kill them. Thea could only teleport the former Queen Atlanta again. Only then did the two sides have a basis to talk. Whether the few old men were involved in the assassination of Atlanta or whether the Queen would need to be punished after that was their family matter. She did not care. She only had one request, and that was to immediately cease fire. After being given a way out, the few old men reluctantly gave the order to cease fire. Both sides began to count their losses. Thanks to the two animals, Superman and the Flash, the battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. Many of the injured were moved to the distance by the flash. They were lying on the ground, but no one on either side died. Chapter 6:19. At the end of the battle, the wounded were treated separately. When the troops were counted, 1, 2, 3, 4 began to report. The higher-ups of both sides were surprised to find that none of them had died. A highly intense war that ended up looking like a joke. The people were saved, but the loss of materials was huge. Even in a local war of this level, both sides could be said to have suffered heavy losses. Guns, ammunition, all kinds of military equipment, these all cost money. In particular, the giant mech and the 2 sea beasts were almost defeated. The giant mech was directly destroyed, and the pilot was rescued by Superman. Of the 2 sea beasts, one was a translucent sea beast like a jellyfish. Due to the uniqueness of the creature, although many of its limbs were broken, it could grow them again as long as it ate. The other sea beast was a little nautilus-shaped. It was now lying on the coast like a small mountain. Many of its body core had been replaced by machinery, but it was pierced from front to back by the giant mech's sword. A large amount of purple blood was flowing out of the wound. All the Atlanteans were still in fear. In their culture, the sea beasts were like some kind of sacred object. Of course, most ordinary people did not know that their scientists were semi-mechanizing the sea beasts. Thea, do you have any way to save it? The Sea King, who had swum back and forth from both sides of the Atlantic Ocean in a short period of time, learned about the situation of the sea beasts. He also came to Thea to think of a way. He remembered that the young lady had healing abilities. Thea looked at the 1,000-ton behemoth and was a little surprised. Could healing spells treat this thing? Even Morgan Lafey, who was good at healing, had not seen this thing before. She threw 2 healing spells with an exploratory spirit, but the effect was not obvious. This thing was too big. The healing spells that could accelerate the growth of human cells seemed to have been thrown into the sea. Even Thea's Eye of God could not see any slight changes at the cellular level. At the same time, it grew in the deep sea and was naturally repelled by the light attribute. Several powerful healing spells were ineffective. Thea could only take out the God of Death staff and use the seawater beside her to perform a large-scale water-based healing. This time, the effect was much better. The 3 cracks on the side of the Nautilus that were cut by the giant mech were shrinking visibly, and the transparent hole in the middle of the body was also slowly healing. How long has this thing lived? The Flash, who was also very scientific and exploratory, looked at the giant beast and asked her. Thea was speechless. This sea beast had probably lived from the previous era until now. From this point of view, it was indeed much more valuable than a mech. She put away her original nonchalance and became serious. The God of Death's staff could subdue this sea monster, but it was useless against her now. Moreover, this thing must have eaten a lot. Its mouth was bloody, and its 3 rows of sharp teeth were not beautiful. Thea ignored the faint pleading from the staff. Just as she was trying her best to treat the patient, a faintly discernible voice entered her heart. "Why is this staff in your hands?" At first, Thea was stunned, but she quickly reacted. It was the old Sea Emperor. Why is this old man looking for me? He also recognized this staff, or was he somehow related to the God of Death? "You mean this staff? It has been in my hands for many years. What's wrong?" The other party did not respond for a long time. After 5 minutes, when Thea was almost done with the treatment, his voice came again. "How about this? This matter will not affect my relationship with Mount Olympus. As a private transaction, can you give me the staff? I will not let you suffer a loss." Oh, Thea was a little nostalgic. The other party was very eager, and the desire to make a deal was extremely strong. This was a signal from the divine position. The staff was now dispensable to Thea, but it must be very important to him. If she did not ruthlessly skin him, she would not live up to the name of the goddess of trade and wealth. The staff was of great benefit to Poseidon, this was certain. If she gave it to him now, there would be two results. One, his strength would increase greatly, and he would fulfill his promise, which would be an additional help to the crusade against Hades. The other was that he would violate his promise and turn against the gods. Thea naturally chose the former. She would let him stay half-dead for the time being. At present, she was not lacking in high-end combat power. She replied to Poseidon that she would consider, but only after the battle of the underworld. Both sides needed a platform to improve their understanding of each other. Thea was afraid that Thea would break his promise, and Poseidon was also afraid that Thea would do something to the staff. The gods had too many tricks up their sleeves, and no one dared to say that they were fearless. After happily finalizing the follow-up matters with Poseidon, Thea pulled her attention back to reality. The troops at the 5 landing points had ceased fire. With the efforts of several parties, the war seemed to have taken a step back. What should they do next? This question not only stumped the human leaders, but also made the former Queen Atlanta frown. If he didn't mention it, would he pretend that it didn't happen? This was impossible. The battlefield was filled with bullets, and the human side had mobilized more than 100,000 soldiers. It was impossible to keep this a secret. The government had to give an explanation to the people. It was impossible to make up lies. They could only selectively tell part of the truth. When the time came, the people would ask, "We paid so much tax to help the army upgrade their equipment. Did you win the war?" The military and the government would be dumbfounded. In order to not be nailed to the pillar of shame in history, they had to fight for even a shell of compensation from the Atlanteans. The Atlanteans also had this problem. The Queen's previous foreign policy was too passive, and this could be seen from this assassination. There were many high-level people who did not buy into this. She also had to be tough to win back some people's support. Queen Atlanta could take charge of her own affairs. As for the Sea King, he was still an intern, so the Queen could only personally lead the talks with the humans. When it came to the negotiation stage, the humans had a new problem. Who was going to negotiate? The president cut off the phone line and hid in the basement, refusing to come out. The Minister of Defense insisted that he was a soldier. Soldiers did not participate in politics, so he would not come no matter what. The remaining few small South American countries did not dare to steal the limelight from their big brother. Several parties discussed, and some fought and compromised. In the end, the negotiation task fell to Moira, who had already stepped down as the mayor of Star City and was running for election. In fact, everyone was helpless. Moira did not have a public office at this time. In order to let her have a clear identity, a supplementary provision was urgently added to the Constitution, which was enough superficial work. The following conversation was boring. At least in Thea's view, it was just two old ladies chatting behind closed doors. The Sea King and Thea introduced their mothers to each other. With the friendship of the two juniors, the two political powerhouses with equally good acting skills kept probing, compromising, and cooperating, and finally established a series of plans to deal with the aftermath. The whole negotiation process was very simple. The only thing worth mentioning was the choice of location for the signing of the agreement. After a fierce debate, the humans thought that it should be on land, but the Atlantean Elder Council insisted on negotiating in the Atlantic Ocean. Naturally, the humans would not agree to this. Negotiating on the water? Sorry, talking while swimming fancily? They could not do it. Hera of Mount Olympus had been urging Thea. She was too lazy to talk nonsense with both parties, so she directly created a small island in the Atlantic Ocean. This kind of miraculous thing shocked the participants from both sides. It seemed that Sia had cast a spell and created an island out of thin air. with an earthquake. In fact, this was all done by Poseidon. Thea could also do it with her own divine power, but it was very troublesome. If she needed 10 units of divine power to create an island, Poseidon only needed 1 unit. This was the difference in the divine position of the two. Chapter 6:20. It wasn't until Moira, as the plenipotentiary, signed a new land and sea treaty with Atlanta that the matter came to an initial end. Both sides recognized each other's status and traded equally. The location of the transaction was this island. The human side claimed that Thea's island was an apology from Atlantis, while the other side claimed that the people on the surface had given them a lot of materials for free as reparations. Now that they had gained some face, they happily retreated their troops. Moira, who carried a lot of people's hopes, went back to make the final push, while Thea returned to Mount Olympus with Poseidon's promise. She saw Ares, who was like a candle in the wind. The old man was about to die, but the war between the humans and Atlantis gave him a breather. Now, the old man was holding a sword and waving it at Diana. Diana deftly parried Ares' stab, put away her swords, and asked Thea, "How is it? That uncle of yours is still very reasonable." Sure enough, her words made Diana and Ares feel relieved. With the support of Poseidon, they had a great chance of winning. "Where are the others?" Thea asked. "They are all watching the battle between Hercules and Apollo on the other side." Oh, Thea's interest was also piqued. Although Apollo was suppressed by them, it was because the Kryptonians had cheats and ordinary people couldn't beat the sun god. She, who was never afraid of trouble, immediately pulled Diana to watch the battle. When they arrived at the scene, it was indeed very hot. Mount Olympus had a constant temperature enchantment, but now the temperature had risen by more than 10 degrees. It showed how hard the sun god was working. Thea waved at the Supergirl on the opposite side, and then looked at the two sides of the battle. Apollo's attack was still as imposing as ever. Scorching flames were wantonly scattered about, and boiling lava was absorbed out of thin air. With a wave of his hand, 10,000 rays of light flashed. Just by looking at this appearance, one could tell that he was very majestic. Hercules, who was fighting with him, was still dressed in the same animal skin as before. Hercules held a giant axe in his hand, fully displaying his advantage in strength. He ignored all kinds of burns and focused on close combat with Hercules. Seeing this familiar scene, Thea was a little amused. If Apollo was replaced by her, and Hercules was replaced by the firstborn, then this battle would be no different from the battle between Thea and the firstborn. Apollo and Thea's fighting style was similar. Both of them were not good at strength and could only add energy to their attacks. The firstborn was very similar to Hercules. They both relied on their bodies. The difference was that the firstborn was more murderous and was the avenger, while Hercules was more like a warrior full of honor. In the end, whether softness prevailed over hardness or hardness prevailed over softness depended on the grasp of both sides. Sister Thea, Sister Diana. Little Supergirl took advantage of the free time to walk to the two girls looking as cheerful as a deer. Adventure, fighting, these were all messages deeply rooted in the genes. When Fiora was born, she was genetically modified to be an adjutant, and when Kara was born, she was genetically modified to be a warrior. Fighting was her nature, compared to Superman, who made her study, work, and be an ordinary person. She preferred to fight. Thea rubbed her little head. This girl's energy had increased by a lot. Needless to say, she must have absorbed it from Apollo. She was indeed a cheater. The humanoid son was restrained by the Kryptonians, which was why he was so angry. Seeing Supergirl and Thea talking intimately, Apollo repelled Hercules with 2 consecutive moves and turned to look at Thea. "I heard that you tied with the firstborn. If it weren't for the guy in the red cloak, would you dare to fight with me?" For a moment, everyone looked at Thea. Damn. I am the goddess of wealth, not the goddess of war. Why do you all want to fight with me? However, good opponents were hard to come by, especially at her level. Thea also wanted to see how strong Apollo, who sat on the throne of the King of Gods in the original time and space, was. He is very strong. You have to be careful. Seeing that Apollo had found another opponent, Hercules naturally stopped. He did not know that Thea had ascended to godhood and was still judging her based on his previous impression of her. Thea walked out slowly, flicking the soft whip in her hand. Brilliant silver flames danced around. The sound and light effects of Thea were not inferior to Apollo's. Apollo snorted and also took out his weapon. Thea was a little surprised that this guy was also a bow user. The golden bow was matched with dazzling sharp arrows. Unfortunately, the goddess of moon's silver moon longbow was no longer a match for her because of her divine power. Otherwise, it would be interesting to compete with her archery skills. Her opponent stared at her like lightning. Thea did not want to be a target, so she could only attack first. She waved the silver flames in the air. Needless to say, the light and fire elements were the same, so her opponent must have a high resistance to them. The water element was suitable, but unfortunately, its attack power was too low. The dark element did not look good, and its compatibility with the silver flames was too low. Thea could only inject the wind element into the non-elemental silver flames. The silver flames turned into a sky blue color and danced in the air to interfere with Apollo's vision. She hid herself in the flames and used the dazzling light effects to close the distance between them. Under the sun, no one can escape. Apollo spoke like he was singing, and there was even a bit of an aria. Unfortunately, Thea did not have time to sneer because the opponent's arrow had already left the bow, and the target was her body. Can you see through my invisibility? Thea did not panic in the face of danger. Her legs did not move, but her body moved 10 meters horizontally. She, who was also familiar with archery, knew that archers did not shoot in 360 degrees. Every archer had a visual blind angle, which was very small, and as the archer changed his position, the opportunity was fleeting. She used the opportunity of dodging the arrow to move horizontally to find the opponent's weakness. Apollo had rich combat experience and immediately understood her intention. He quickly distanced himself and reloaded his arrow to prepare for the second attack. Thea's several attacks were seen through by her opponent. Apollo's archery was different from Thea's. His archery was very imposing, with a kind of grand and unstoppable rhythm. Thea was helpless against the divine power of the sun god. The combat power provided by her divine position was very limited, and the auxiliary nature was far more than the combat power. Now, the reason why she could fight with several gods was more because of the good foundation she had before. Not to mention others, as long as Diana became a god, she, who also had a good foundation, could immediately tie Diana up in the room and beat her. How could she develop combat power from trade and wealth? She had been studying this problem. However, when she saw that Apollo began to use his divine power, she also began to use her confusing characteristics. The battlefield was already full of fireworks, and now there was a hint of bewitchment added to it. Money could make gods, and even gods were not immune to the power of money. Apollo's eye of truth was seriously disturbed, and he had to squint his eyes to look for her. Chapter 6:21. The new gods' use of divine power was different from the old gods. The abilities of the old gods were what they were supposed to be, and there were few changes in the later stages. But the new gods were different. What they could achieve in the future depended on personal understanding and development. For example, if the old gods were too reckless and caused major damage, they would be suppressed by the will of the entire world. If the new gods felt that they were not doing anything wrong, they would be fine. Like in the original universe, in order to test the life equation, the father directly turned tens of billions of people on a planet into monsters. After that, they could not be restored. He could only let Uja lead the cavalry to carry out an extermination operation. He thought that he was righteous, so he was fine. The old gods could not do that. It was fine for Athena to occasionally turn people into spiders, but if she turned a city of people into spiders indiscriminately, she would be in big trouble. She might even die in minutes. Thea's money attribute continued to play a role. Not only Apollo, who bore the brunt of it, but even the gods were more or less affected. Diana hurriedly dismissed the Amazons who were watching the show. Their resistance to divine power was basically zero. Several female warriors showed a look of indulgence. What a strange ability. Apollo had underestimated this ability. The direct result was that he missed an arrow and fell into Thea's attack rhythm. Shadows of the whip danced in the air, sometimes left, sometimes right, sometimes up, and sometimes down. The confusing property of wealth was reflected everywhere by her magic. Even Apollo was a little dazzled by it. He could only choose a general direction and use his shooting skills to force Sia to retreat. Countless flashing arrows were shot out by him. The originally starry Mount Olympus was now as bright as day due to the battle between the two of them. Thea was not a Kryptonian. She could not take the arrows full of strong light head-on. After dodging more than 10 arrows, she suddenly had an idea. She moved her soft whip slightly, rolled up the last arrow, and activated her divine power. She directly caught the arrow of the sun in her hand. The divine arrow was attached with energy attacks. After being caught by her, the divine power dissipated, but the arrow could not run away. Thea finally found some of her divine power, tolerance. Wealth included all tangible things and measured the characteristics of all things, everything in the world, as long as it existed objectively and could be traded. Then as long as the total amount did not exceed a certain limit, it could be collected. So, theoretically speaking, she could also create a magical version of the Treasurefall coin. This was the first time Thea had thought of creating her own divine artifact. She then began to use her divine power to attack Apollo. Her previous conjecture was not far from the truth. Apollo's divine arrows could be taken, but Thea would also have to pay with her own divine power. In her opinion, this was more like a forced transaction. The transaction process could be unequal, but both parties had to pay something at the same time to complete the transaction. If the other party's physical body exceeded a certain energy limit, even wealth and divine power would not be able to do anything. After she took away 3 arrows in a row, Apollo put away his longbow and began to fight her in close combat with fire all over his body. Thea could not absorb this energy, so she could only use the old method to practice with him. The two of them fought for 10 minutes and stopped at the same time. Neither of them could defeat the other. Apollo had fought 2 gods in a row and was now a little tired, so he left the scene in a huff. Now that he was not an enemy, but an ally, Thea did not provoke him. She weighed the 3 arrows in her hand. They were all made of high-quality materials and were quenched in the sun. She handed them over to the royal blacksmith, Master Diana. The war goddess had an unusual love for all kinds of rare materials. After Thea secretly took control of Ibn trade, she would occasionally go to the trade union to look for rare materials. After that, she would buy. She did not like to wear makeup, but she liked to wear weapons. Thea then went to find Hera and told her about Poseidon's intentions. She considered it as completing the mission, but unfortunately, the mission reward had already been paid. After chatting with Hera for a while, she came out to see Diana talking to Ares and Hercules about the way of the warrior. The 4 of them were having a lively discussion. The damned way of the warrior was not something that Missy had. She did not have it in the past, and she would not have it in the future. Why would she not run when she knew that the enemy was especially fierce? Wouldn't that be courting death? However, in Hercules' opinion, a warrior should strictly have no fear. He should go all out in the face of every opponent. The weak should be given the respect they deserved, and the strong should not retreat. Ares, Supergirl, and Diana all agreed. Missy seemed to agree, but in fact, she was criticizing him in her heart. Perhaps for someone like Hercules, even if a ferocious beast were to descend, he would still dare to cleave it with his axe. To be honest, he was indeed worthy of respect. Unfortunately, she did not have such noble morals. However, this was very useful to Diana, so she did not stop them. She discussed with them for a while and went back alone to study the characteristics of her divine power. Tangible things could be sold and traded. Then, did that mean intangible things could not be traded? It was not absolute. The demons had provided her with a new idea. The trade of souls was the demons' favorite. Then, for the goddess of trade and wealth, were souls on the trade list? Thea thought about it carefully, and the answer was yes. Souls were fine, and so was knowledge and memory. Combined with Morgan Layfrey's magic book and the many necromancy spells in it, she had a new research direction. In the evening, when Diana returned to her room, Thea realized that she was indeed not a righteous person. She had gone to the evil path after just a few random studies. In the next few days, the gods entered a state of combat readiness. Even the 120 unwilling Apollos who were forcefully conscripted became serious. No one would joke around with their lives. Midway, Thea returned to Earth and called the Flash over to prepare to deal with Hermes, who was rapidly increasing in speed. She also introduced him to Supergirl with bad intentions. The first time the two met, they had a good impression of each other. Supergirl's sincerity and Barry's sunshine touched each other. To be honest, Thea did not think that Ares was that good. Supergirl paired with the Flash. Just thinking about it made her feel good. Compared to Ares, that black girl, Supergirl was her daughter-in-law. Surely, the mother of the god of speed would not object. Although she thought highly of the two of them, Thea still had her morals. She did not do anything unnecessary and let nature take its course. 3 days later, the gods had gathered. The two gods who had escaped were also forced to return. Hera, the god of strength, Hercules, Apollo, the god of sun, Ares, Dionysus, the god of wine, Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths, Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, and Eris, the goddess of strife. The 8 Greek gods, Thea, Diana, Supergirl, and the Flash left Mount Olympus to meet up with Poseidon. Chapter 6:22. Seeing the huge strength of the gods' allied forces, Poseidon was also a little moved. According to the agreement, he would not directly participate in the siege of Hades, but he would send an army to lead the way and cooperate in the battle. After that, he would get the jurisdiction of the Styx. After the war, no matter who won or lost, the 3 sides would meet. Poseidon's avatar could only wear the golden armor, wear the crown, and hold the trident and advance with the gods. His army also poured out from the vanishing point that Thea had observed before. The Nagas were Poseidon's trump card. Their upper body was human, and their lower body was like a sea snake. The male Nagas were brave warriors, and the female Nagas were magicians. Poseidon, who had always looked up to Zeus, also had the dream of spreading the world. However, compared to Zeus's powerful genes, his illegitimate children were a little less presentable. He had more sons than daughters, and most of them were giants and rough men. Now, the one leading the sea race army was one of his sons, the Cyclops Polyphemus, who was famous for eating people. He was the son of Poseidon, and the sea fairy Tusa. After the two sides met, they simply reiterated their responsibilities and obligations, and the army began to go along the waterway to the underworld. The death gas of the underworld was fatal to ordinary people, except for the gods, ordinary Amazons, the Sea Race army, and the Flash and Supergirl might not be able to resist. The gods' response was to consolidate at every step, gather the power of the gods to transform the underworld in a short time, and force Hades to jump out to fight. Otherwise, the underworld was vast and no one could find him. If he refused to fight, then they would transform the underworld directly. Every inch of land lost in the underworld would weaken Hades' divine power. In the long run, it was good news for the gods that he did not fight. The Greek gods were used to being lazy and casual. Even such a serious battle was like an outing. The Flash was a little nervous at first. When he saw so many people and gods and myths, he was shocked and felt like he was in a dream. Fortunately, there was a cute little girl beside him to relieve his tiredness. Are these guys really as described in the legends? Barry asked Supergirl as he pointed at the giants in the group. The little girl shook her head. I don't know much about the myths of their Earth. This was a lot of information. Barry was stunned. You are not from Earth? Kara's face changed again, and finally asked in surprise, Huh? Are you? But why are you so fast? After saying that, Supergirl walked quickly to Thea and said bitterly, Sister Thea, I seem to have been exposed. Sigh, such a naive child. Sia had known Kara for several years. Sometimes she did not know whether to laugh or cry at this naive child. No wonder the Martian manhunter had been protecting her. Compared to Superman, Kara was too naive. It's okay. Barry is not an outsider. He's a very kind person. Hearing that he was a good person, Carla happily accepted the answer and went back to chat with her new friend. Poor Barry looked at the front of the team and then at the back. He was depressed to find that he was the only normal person. Thea did not pay much attention to their conversation. She was whispering to Diana. With so many gods fighting against Hades, she felt that she could do nothing. If the battle was intense, she might even go to Hades' treasury to take a look. The Greek gods were interesting. The god of wealth was none other than Hades. All the gold and treasures buried deep in the earth belonged to Hades. It was precisely because this guy was also the Greek god of wealth that Sia had been inciting several parties to fight against this grandson. There were both old and new grudges, as well as the messy struggle for divine power and divine position. It could be said that it was extremely complicated. At this time, Sia was discussing with Diana in a low voice about how to take away Hades' treasury without attracting attention. It would be even better if they could kill this guy silently on the battlefield. Diana could fight against the whole world for the sake of her lover. Now, she was only taking some of her evil uncle's treasures. She had no moral doubts at all, especially since she already knew that Sia's godhood was a treasure, so she had been helping to come up with ideas. As the goddess of wealth, she naturally did not need items such as a space bag to rob the poor and help the rich. All wealth could be transformed into divine power by her, and she could freely convert it back. The goddess of wealth also had a super small plane that Sia named the wealth space. All items that could be classified as wealth could be stored in it. However, it would be ungentlemanly to just rob them. It would be best to make it a transaction, such as robbing the other party's treasure and leaving a copper coin behind. The group of people and gods did not hide their tracks. They walked through the secret passage to the underworld. This secret passage was created by the old man Poseidon many years ago. God knows what kind of grudges he had with Hades. The group emerged from the shallow water. What they saw was a huge, pitch-black river that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was the river Styx. Sia, who had achieved a small success in emotional energy, felt countless negative emotions from the river, such as regret, pain, suffering, hatred, and so on. She winked at Qingnu, and the other Green Lanterns worked together to form an emotional shield, protecting the ordinary people's minds from being invaded. This river was fatal to everyone, including the demigods. Only special fairies could pass through it. However, the Sea King was not in this area. He could control any place that had water. An interesting characteristic of the Greek gods was that their jurisdiction was very scattered. For example, the wealth that Thea could not forget, Hades had jurisdiction over it. In fact, Poseidon did too. The treasures buried underground belonged to Hades, while the treasures in the sea belonged to the Ocean Emperor. That was the literal meaning, but the actual meaning was different. Hades insisted that the treasures at the bottom of the sea were also underground and should belong to him. The Ocean Emperor flatly refused, and the two of them often fought over trivial matters. Now, the river Styx in front of them had the same problem. Back then, the three brothers of Zeus drew lots to decide the ownership of the world. Hades was in charge of the underworld, and Poseidon was in charge of the rivers, lakes, and seas. Here came the problem. The river Styx was also a river. Theoretically, it was also under the jurisdiction of the Sea King. However, Hades believed that the river Styx was an inseparable part of the underworld. Since ancient times, the river Styx was a member of the underworld family. The two of them had often argued over this river. However, because Poseidon was slightly weaker than Hades, the scale of the argument had not been expanded. Now, with the help of the gods, he was also energized. Today, he was determined to take back the ownership of the river Styx. This was the entrance to the underworld, and all living beings had to pass through here. If Poseidon were to interfere here, it would mean that all living beings would be related to him. The Atlanteans who believed in him would receive preferential treatment after death, and the believers on the surface would also receive a large portion of the benefits. This was a clear battle of interests, a battle of divine power. Poseidon waved his hand. His ugly sons began to take out the materials they had prepared in advance. They built a giant ship and prepared to cross the river Styx. Chapter 6:23. In theory, only the ferryman could bring people across the river. However, there were no absolutes in the world. Everything had two sides. Absolutes did not exist. Poseidon had been holding back for so many years. Now was the time for him to shine. His subordinates quickly built a huge boat that was 1,000 meters long and 100 meters wide. He was ready to bring everyone across. Thea pulled everyone onto the boat. The Flash, who was full of scientific exploration, wanted to study the composition of the Styx's water. Fortunately, Thea was quick enough to drag him onto the boat. Everyone started to board the boat. At this moment, the gods noticed a small boat rowing towards them from afar. Thea was overjoyed. The gods and demigods who knew the inside story of the Styx were all gloating. The one rowing the small boat was naturally the ferryman of the Styx, Charon. Hades had already contracted this river to him. He paid a certain amount every year and was responsible for his daily expenses. Today, he sensed a large number of living beings entering the Styx. Naturally, he came to take a look. Halfway through, he knew that he was in trouble. The gods did not hide their divine power at all. So many gods were clearly holding swords. They were definitely not here to comfort an old man like him. He had to do his duty. He could not turn back. The old man looked thin and withered. He had a pair of triangular eyes and looked as wretched as one could imagine. However, he was actually very senior. He was also a god. Thea looked at the old man rowing the boat slowly towards the gods. She sighed in her heart. The ferryman of the Styx, Charon, was a trash underworld gladiator in her impression. However, in this world, This guy was not so simple. He was the son of Nyx, the goddess of creation. He was of the same generation as the three goddesses of fate. Unfortunately, his time had long passed, or rather, it had never come. In front of a powerful god, even a senior would have to bow his head. He could wag his tail and beg for mercy from the junior Hades. Naturally, he did not dare to anger Poseidon and Hera. Thea was a new god to the Greek gods. Hera and the rest were also replacements to the descendants of the gods of creation. One generation after another. This was also the reason why the gods were afraid of the future. Seeing the boat approaching, who would deal with this guy? The gods were communicating with each other through their eyes. Thea, who originally wanted to be a bystander, felt the thread of fate tremble slightly. She had done many experiments in private, and now she could barely make use of the function of this thread. If she followed the arrangement of fate, then the thread would be tightly attached to her hair. If she wanted to do something that fate didn't plan for, then the fate thread would suddenly protrude, a classic example of reverse growth. Fortunately, the fate thread was now somewhat connected to her and was slowly accepting her. Even big bosses who were far more powerful than her wouldn't be able to see this strand of hair that suddenly protruded. With regards to Karen, fate had given her two choices. One was to let nature take its course, and the other was to participate. The veins of the world had their own inertia. It was too difficult to go against the flow of fate. However, to break free from the shackles of fate and reach a position higher than the Heavenly Father and dark side, one could not follow the path set by fate. She had to work on the small details and break free from fate bit by bit. The general trend would not change, but the small details would change. This was Thea's current plan. I'll deal with this guy. She volunteered to negotiate with Karen, who was rowing the boat over. Seeing that someone was willing to take the lead, the gods naturally wouldn't object. Thea jumped onto the boat. How wretched! She looked at the skinny old man in front of her. He had a pair of yellow triangular eyes and a sneaky gaze. This guy collected money from everyone who crossed the river. He could be considered one of the few tycoons in the three realms. However, he was dressed in rags like a scavenger. She looked at him, and Karen was also sizing her up. Today, Thea was going to participate in the Greek War of Gods. She changed into the silver-blue battle armor that Zeus had made for her. In order to match Diana's red cloak, she asked Armani to sew a thick blue cloak. She didn't waste the golden fleece that she had obtained earlier. She sewed it around the collar of the cloak. Wrapped in the thick cloak and holding a holy sword, she looked majestic. However, Diana couldn't understand why her lover called cloak a quilt. "Are you going to pay the toll?" Karen mustered up his courage to ask, especially when he saw Hercules sharpening his axe in the distance. In his opinion, this was just a formality. If the other party said that they weren't willing, he would go home and rest. As for whether Hades was dead or not, it had nothing to do with him. Karen was already prepared to row the boat back, but he didn't expect Thea's casual words to make him freeze in place. "We'll pay." "How much?" Cold sweat trickled down Karen's forehead. He hated these fellows who didn't play by the rules. With such a large army, shouldn't you just bully a lone old man like me and leave without paying me any attention? Why are you wasting your breath on me? Who cares about Poseidon, Hera, or Hades? You guys can beat them up as much as you want. Sharon is an old man, and he only wants to avoid trouble now. His old yellow eyes started to turn blindly as he thought about how to fool Sia. "Oh, the price is clearly marked. Old man, you're quite serviceable." He pretended to be stupid and pondered. Thea didn't let him go either. Her eyes flashed with the radiance of wealth. Out of curiosity, she pulled out a sign that was neither gold nor silver nor copper from under the deck. She could recognize the words. It was ancient Greek, She immediately read it out. 10 mortals, 10,000 demigods, 1,000,000 gods. Old man, you're really good at making money. Then, under the old man's shocked gaze, Thea used her wealth and divine power to convert an astronomical amount of money to Karen. This amount wasn't small, and it used up a full fifth of her divine power. She handed over a mountain of money to Karen. If it was in the past, this wretched old man would have jumped up in excitement. However, he didn't think so now. Old gods had to abide by the rules. Even if this river crossing fee was added by him and was part of the rules, he had to accept it. Karen accepted the river crossing fee with a bitter face. Thea's face was a little pale. She stared at Karen with a faint smile. If he wanted to earn her money, he had to be prepared to lose his pants. Thea paid according to the rules, which meant that the transaction had begun. He had to follow his rules and send this group of people across the river. Can't you cross the river by yourself? Why do you have to drag me along? I don't have any combat power. The old man complained. He couldn't help but complain to Thea. His rules were very clear. Bring people across the river. Although Poseidon had a huge ship, in order to show the word bring, he had to paddle a small boat in front. From afar, he looked like a guide. It would be fine if Poseidon won, but if Hades won, the future of this guide would be worth pondering. Others were led astray and mistakenly boarded a pirate ship, but he directly joined the enemy and became a guide. In the past, this kind of people were the worst to be hated by rulers. Chapter 6:24. Sharon thought that being forced to become a thief was already the worst news, but the worst was yet to come. The experience in the underworld was a nightmare that he had never imagined since he was born. The sighing old man looked at Thea sitting on his boat with her eyes closed. He wanted to hit her with a stick, but he knew that it was unrealistic. Unless he didn't want to live, he had to follow the rules. Just as he was sighing and thinking that today was the most unlucky day, some kind of feeling shrouded him. What is it? The old man was the son of the god of creation after all. In terms of seniority, he was the uncle of Hades and Zeus. Although he was weak, he still had some knowledge. This kind of power that suddenly appeared seemed to be some kind of rule that restricted him. Before he could figure out the abnormality, he saw Thea take out a huge stone slab from the void and hand it to him. Why are you giving me this? Sharon took the stone slab and looked at it. On it was clearly written, "Send the gods, Thea, across the river." He was unfamiliar with this extra name. If he wasn't wrong, it should be the despicable woman that he wanted to hit the river with a stick. He focused and continued to read. One party paid, and the other party provided service. It was written very clearly. When he saw the last line of the agreement, he thought that he understood the other party's sinister intentions. If I don't send you across the river, I have to compensate you 10,000 times the loss. The old man pointed at the line of small words and asked stiffly, "You must be eyeing my property, the goddess of wealth of some divine system?" Old man Sharon felt a strong sense of wealth from the agreement. Although he had never seen the new god, he could still judge the nature of the divine power. The conclusion was obvious. The other party was eyeing his money. She was eyeing the hard-earned money that he had earned as a ferryman for tens of thousands of years. However, he didn't know how the other party came up with the punishment clause. This kind of method that could be implemented without his consent was too strong. Anyway, he didn't plan to go back on his words. He would just take them across the river. 10,000 times the compensation? What a joke! Thea had paid an astronomical figure. The crossing fee included 2 gods, more than 10 gods, hundreds of demigods, and hundreds of thousands of mortals. It was a huge number. Multiplying this number by 10,000, Sharon felt that he couldn't afford it even if he worked for tens of thousands of years. It was just crossing the river. I'll just take you there. He felt that Thea's methods were mysterious and unfathomable. In fact, this was a new application of the Genesis. The subject of the transaction did not change, and the transaction item did not change, but it could add a note without the other party knowing. Originally, Thea couldn't have added it directly since she was also a party to the transaction. However, she was able to borrow her own talent, the power of will within the order scale. This mysterious power was capable of drawing out the origins. Now that she had faked an outsider to the transaction and proposed changes, the main body immediately agreed, resulting in the final version in Karen's hands. The other party thought that Thea was interested in his small amount of money, which was an insult to her taste. This document was only a restriction. There was nothing above the river Styx. From time to time, there would be spirits of the dead swimming around in the water. The small boat was in front, and the huge ship was behind. They slowly moved to the other side of the river. The mortals were resting with their eyes closed, and the gods were also making their own preparations. The water of the river Styx affected them somewhat. Among them, Apollo was the most irritable. This environment was the complete opposite of his job, and he couldn't wait to purify the entire river. The group leisurely reached the other side of the river. The journey was extremely smooth. Although the gods were not afraid of falling, it was still troublesome. If the mortals fell, they would basically die. The large group began to disembark. Hera was discussing with Poseidon about the plan of attack. Sharon looked at Thea in horror, only to see her sitting calmly on the boat, with no intention of getting off. Sharon had a bad premonition. He pointed to the shore, meaning that she should get off. Thea stretched out a finger and shook it lightly. Your ability to understand is worrying. You still have to carry me. Our transaction isn't complete. Huh. The old ferryman was confused. Weren't you here to crusade against Hades? Are you not on the same side as them? Do I have to send you back? He couldn't be blamed for being surprised. Sharon couldn't understand Thea's goal at all. He was still using his own logic to weigh everything. I heard that the river Styx is formed by the convergence of 5 rivers in the underworld. Is that true? Thea asked a question that had nothing to do with the current situation. The old ferryman stared at her, his molars creaking. He nodded with a muffled voice. Yes, what are you trying to say? The river of pain, Acheron, the river of sighs, Kokutos, the river of flames, the river of Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, and the river of hatred, the river of Styx, right? These 5 rivers are also part of the river Styx, right? Sharon wanted to say that they weren't, but he couldn't blindly say things that were publicly known. A trace of fear appeared on his wretched old face. Even gods could feel fear. Thea's understanding of fear was unparalleled in this world. She had a clear grasp of the other party's mentality, and in an instant, she caught the gap in his heart. Her voice automatically carried a trace of bewitchment. I heard that the river of sighs, Kokutos, flows through Pluto's treasury. Am I right? You want to go to Pluto's place? Sharon was a little shocked by Thea's audacity. So what you want isn't my treasure, but Pluto's? In an instant, he thought of many things. Should he go against the agreement and sacrifice his life's earnings to send this woman away? Or should he bring her to rob Pluto's treasury? He didn't know that Thea had pried open a crack in his heart. This thought suddenly appeared in Karen's mind. If it was in the past, he would have carefully considered it. But now, he decided to sacrifice Pluto's treasury to protect himself. He, who was originally greedy and loved money as much as his life, even thought that he should take some of it. After all, there were gods to take the blame. Once this thought formed, it immediately escaped the control of reason. Thinking of Hades's mountain of wealth, Karen's heart was like grass growing. His greed couldn't be controlled. All of this was naturally instigated by Thea's divine power. In addition, this old fellow wasn't a good person. He was the son of the god of creation. He was so miserable that he even accepted money from mortals crossing the river. Thea didn't have any psychological burden in tricking him. Sharon didn't know that there was an even bigger pot waiting for him to take the blame. He anxiously looked at the gods, discussing. He couldn't wait to lead the way himself. You guys hurry up and fight. I'll go take Hades's treasury. Thea wouldn't be blinded by wealth. She was very calm and called Diana over. The two of them used the old man's boat as a cover. The interior of the boat was also a subspace. Each of them left an incarnation to follow the main group while their main bodies hid in the boat. While the gods were discussing, they leisurely sailed towards the distant tributary of the river Styx. Chapter 6:25. Under the leadership of Hercules, the gods began to push into the depths of the underworld. Hercules was one of the few gods who had come to the underworld and returned unscathed. Now, this fierce general who had entered the underworld for the second time was holding a thirsty axe to clear out the miscellaneous soldiers who came to stop the enemy. Later, the gods began to purify the underworld. Among them, Apollo contributed the most. When his scorching light swept across, the unconscious dead would be turned into ashes. Those who still retained their consciousness would join the alliance of the gods. Not long after the gods began to move, Hades could no longer sit still. The underworld was the source of his power. With every bit of it gone, his power would weaken. He had no choice but to fight. Hera, Poseidon? Ha! I didn't find trouble with you, but you came to me on your own accord. It's been a long time since we brothers and sisters gathered together. I really miss those days. Just like how Sia and Hera had wreaked havoc in the underworld, a huge face made of blood appeared in the sky. Facing the alliance of the gods, he was not afraid at all. Hades, the gods ask you to surrender. We can give you the respect you deserve. Hera held Zeus's lightning spear in her hand and assumed the posture of a divine king. She really did look like one. The bloody face laughed silently. It had an aura of fight if you want. It didn't talk nonsense with the gods at all and disappeared in midair. Hercules identified the direction. The first prison of the underworld tribunal should be in front. The enemy's army has gathered there. Hades must want to fight us there. The gods didn't rush forward. They kept purifying the underworld. Apollo had to work hard to create a small sun and hung it in the dark sky. Although the sun was small and didn't last long, it was a strong signal to many creatures that light could defeat darkness. It took the army almost an hour to cover the distance of several miles. The route from the shore of the Three Roads River to the first prison had been completely changed. Even if they won this battle, Hades would have to spend a lot of time and energy to get rid of Apollo's divine power. The underworld tribunal, which was made entirely of obsidian, finally appeared in front of everyone. It was solemn and majestic. All the dead had to pass through here. But now, this magnificent building had been transformed into a war fortress. Many undead armed with bows and spears were stationed here. Outside the fortress, there was an army that stretched as far as the eye could see. The gods did not look at the miscellaneous soldiers. They were the enemies that the Ocean Emperor's subordinates needed to deal with. Instead, they looked at the gods opposite them. Today, Hades was no longer in the form of a dwarf holding a candle. Instead, he was a tall, white-haired old man wearing bright black armor. At this moment, he was holding two halberds and looking at the gods with disdain. This old man seemed unconcerned, but in fact, he had sent out his main body. Thea's incarnation thought to herself. This was good news for her to infiltrate the depths of the underworld. Standing on the right side of Hades was his old acquaintance, The firstborn. Thea was an expert in psychic power and healing. She had used a lot of methods and had barely recovered from the trauma of that day. However, the firstborn did not have these methods. He chose to take it head-on. In the eyes of Thea's incarnation, the firstborn looked ferocious, but in fact, his injuries had not fully recovered. At most, he could only use 70% of his strength. The firstborn and Hades were somewhat in an alliance. The two of them were barely standing side by side. Hades did not make things difficult for his nephew. He stood slightly ahead of him. There were also a few gods behind Hades. The first one that came into sight was Hermes. This despicable man, not only was he not dead, but he seemed to be getting more and more energetic. On the left side of Hades was the underworld Queen Persephone. This was the first time Thea saw this goddess, who wore many accessories and gorgeous clothes. She was the daughter of Zeus and the goddess of agriculture, Demeter. She was taken to the underworld by force. Although the beginning of the story was bad, it was said that the two of them had a good life. Her mother, Demeter, was in Hera's camp at this time. However, the mother and daughter acted as if they did not know each other. They looked at each other coldly. The other two gods, standing behind Hades, were equally famous. They were Thanatos, the god of death, who was wearing a gray robe and holding a long sword, and Hypnos, the god of sleep, who was wearing a black robe and holding a staff, and had a head full of gray hair. The god of death's eyes glowed as he kept looking at the gods. The god of sleep's face was cold. His eyes were half closed and half open. He stood there leisurely, as if nothing could attract his attention. These two gods and Sharon, who was scared by Thea to get rich, were actually brothers. They were also the sons of the goddess of creation, Nyx. They had been in the underworld for a long time. Their duty was simple, which was to support the underworld king. Behind them stood three top demigods. They were the three judges of the underworld, Rhadamanthus, Minos, and Iagos. The three of them were equally powerful. In the eyes of Thea, their strength was only a little lower than Diana's. They could even crush the gods of art on her side. Both sides had come to this point. All words had lost their effect. There was only one choice, which was to fight. Let's talk with our fists. Zeus was missing, but his equipment was still there. As his wife, the current king of gods, Hera was wearing Zeus's top godly equipment. She stood at the forefront majestically, waving a lightning spear in her hand. She rushed toward Hades in a flash of lightning. Hades was facing his sister and sister-in-law. Yes, Hades was the eldest of the three brothers. The third sister in front of him was Hera, and the two younger brothers were Poseidon and Zeus. This time, he was not afraid of fighting with his original body. He swung the halberds in his hands toward Hera. Hercules, who had a good view of the overall situation, knew that Hera could not defeat Hades. He put aside his personal grudges for the time being. He roared and joined the group with a sharp axe in his hand. He and Hera cooperated, one in close combat and one in long range. They fought with Hades back and forth. Apollo, who had always been bad-tempered, saw that the strongest Hades was being held back. He flashed into the enemy's camp and purified the army of the underworld. Many of the dead were burned into charcoal by the light. The few demigods also chose to avoid the attack temporarily. Apollo, you are too presumptuous. Thanatos, the god of death, found the dazzling sunlight very uncomfortable. He raised his long sword, which carried a dark green energy, and attacked Apollo. Old man, if you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Apollo's anger was about to break through the sky. He turned around and attacked Thanatos violently without hesitation. Impudent Junior. Thanatos felt insulted. After all, he was the son of the goddess of creation. Even Hades was Thanatos's nephew, not to mention the juniors under Apollo. Thanatos' body was full of death aura. He faced Apollo's scorching flames head-on. He had lived for a long time, but the power of a god had nothing to do with seniority. On this battlefield, excluding Hades, who was the fiercest, and Supergirl, who could completely defeat him, Thea and Poseidon were clones. The firstborn was seriously injured, and Hercules was weaker than him. Apollo could be said to be the strongest. In the original timeline, he could become the god of death and fight Hades and Poseidon on his own. As long as Apollo did not encounter any Kryptonians, he had enough confidence. His attributes were superior, and his divine power was more powerful. After a dozen moves, he had beaten the god of death, Thanatos, to a pulp. As his twin brother, Hypnos, the god of sleep, saw that the god of death was no match for him. He also joined the battle and fought Apollo together. Only then did they manage to maintain a stalemate. As the few big shots began to fight, the battle slowly began. Thea and Diana's clones looked at each other and understood each other's intentions. Together with the other Green Lanterns, they went to fight their old enemy, the Firstborn. Chapter 626. In order not to let the gods find any clues, their real bodies had been hiding on the boat with the divinity of confusion. Sia left the holy sword and quilt with her doppelganger. Relying on their numbers and the fact that the firstborn was injured, the prideful firstborn did not want to risk his life for Hades. Both sides were holding back. They seemed to be fighting fiercely, but in fact, they were very conservative. The gloomy Hermes noticed Sia's weakness. His eyes flashed, and he wanted to sneak up on her. However, as soon as he took 2 steps forward, he was stopped by a golden lightning. Barry, who was wearing a red anti-friction suit, looked at him with a smile. Damn it! Hermes cursed in his heart. What did he see? What an unconventional speed. So it's you. Hermes said something that Barry couldn't understand. At this moment, he had forgotten about Sia and Hades. He only knew that the person in front of him was the one who almost killed him, the one who had to beg Hades for mercy. Perhaps if he could obtain Hermes' speed, he could become the speed god again. Barry didn't know that he was secretly mocking Hermes. Keeping in mind the task that Sia had given him, all he had to do was to stall this Birdman. He also didn't plan to fight Hermes head-on, so he started to run wildly with his 2 long legs. Hermes pulled out a shiny thin sword from his staff and chased after him. Hades shouted at him twice, but he did not hear. Of course, Supergirl would not watch her new friend being chased. Her speed could catch up with the 2 of them. The 3 of them chased and ran in circles around the battlefield. It was very lively. The rest of the gods also found their own opponents. The goddess of agriculture, Demeter, faced her daughter, Persephone, the queen of underworld. There was no warmth at all. The clash of swords was very much in line with the main theme of the battlefield. The 3 judges of the underworld faced Ares, the god of war, Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths, Dionysus, and the goddess of strife, Eris. Although it was 3 demigods against 4 true gods, the 3 judges were all peak demigods. Among them, Rhadamandes was the most powerful, and the 4 weak gods were forced to retreat. If it were not for Ares, who had recently regained some of his former strength, the 4 of them would not have been able to withstand the onslaught of the opponent. The battle was in a stalemate for a while, and the strength of the underworld could be seen from this. Hera had played almost all the cards in her hand, but she was still on par with Hades. If she was trapped in Mount Olympus without the help of Apollo or Hercules, she would only be able to escape if Hades attacked. Overall, Hades still had the upper hand. This was the underworld, and their recovery speed was much faster than the gods who came from afar. The longer the battle dragged on, the greater the underworld's advantage. The most obvious example was Apollo. He was too far away from his own world, and he had already gone from suppressing the god of sleep to a draw. Looking at the situation on the battlefield and carefully weighing his own gains and losses, Poseidon pondered for a long time and finally made up his mind. He was not afraid of the gods, who were barely united, but he was afraid of the underworld, who was united and powerful. Now was a golden opportunity. With a wave of his hand, he ordered his rough giant sons to join the battle and help the gods. At the same time, he also held a trident in his hand. This was not the high-quality imitation of the Atlanteans, but the top-level artifact of the original body. It controlled the power of the flood and carried the power of thousands of pounds. He wanted to join forces with Hera and Hercules to defeat Hades. Although it was only a clone, the majesty of Poseidon could not be ignored. Hades was already barely able to fight one against two. Now that there was a stronger one, he could not hold on any longer. He forced the three gods to retreat with one move and looked around the battlefield. The army of the Amazons and Poseidon were attacking the army of the dead, so this battlefield did not attract his attention. He focused on the battle of the gods. The three giant sons of Poseidon blocked the god of sleep, Hypnos, with their strong magic resistance, and created an opportunity for Apollo to fight the god of death, Thanatos. The leading general of Poseidon, the Cyclops Polyphemus, roared and blocked Rhadamanthus with a stone pillar. For weak gods against two judges, and the situation suddenly became better. With the addition of Poseidon, this new force, the underworld began to show signs of weakness in the battle against the gods. Hades had no choice but to use his trump card. He took out a silver-gray horn and blew the song that the living could not listen to. Dozens of tyrannical auras woke up from their slumber. Some of them were the children of Zeus, and some were the demigod heroes of ancient Greece. They had already passed away, but their consciousness was so strong that even Hades could not force them to fight. Both sides had made an agreement that as long as they fought for Hades once, Hades would return their freedom. Now, these ancient human heroes kept their promise and woke up from their slumber to participate in this unprecedented battle. Achilles, who was invulnerable, Dagus, who killed the Minotaur, Austin, who used the wooden horse to break through Troy, and Perseus, who killed Medusa. Many of the elites of the human race returned to the battlefield. In the past, as the children of the gods, they fought for their people and honor. Today, they once again picked up their swords, only for themselves. Hades was not satisfied with waking up the slumbering heroes. He then used the authority of the underworld to summon all the gods living in the underworld to participate in the battle. Even a rotten ship had 3 nails, not to mention that the underworld had existed for countless years. Many ancient gods had chosen to settle down here, and Hades usually did not provoke them. Now that the underworld was about to face a disaster, he had come to invite them personally. They should at least give him some face, right? Hades' face fruit was quite effective. The goddess of uneasiness, Alecto of the 3 goddesses of vengeance, hesitated to participate in the battle. The son of Gaia and the second god king Uranus, the 100-armed giant, also responded to the summons and joined the battle. There were those who supported him, but there were also those who did not. Even Hades did not dare to reprimand these big shots. He could only endure it, just as he was about to take out a small black book and remember those who did not give him face. He realized that there was a god's name that stood out among those who rejected his summons. The god of distinction, Charon, also rejected his summons. Who was this guy? Wasn't this the lonely old man who rowed a boat on the river Styx? Hades started to think as he dealt with Poseidon's attacks. Damn, my authority has fallen to such a level? A greedy miser is not even putting me, the king of the underworld. In his eyes, Hades, who had always been as cold as ice, burst out with a rare emotion called anger. Hera dared to bring the gods to cause trouble, and the ocean emperor dared to surround and attack. These were all within his tolerance range. To be honest, there was no need to be angry. It was very normal. They were all existences of the same level. What kind of person was Sharon? How dare he look down on me, the king of the underworld? Hades! The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Divine power was flying everywhere on the battlefield, obstructing his vision. Hades had to deal with the enemy's attacks and did not have time to search for Sharon. But to make an example of him, he was prepared to make an example of Sharon. He immediately shouted, "Sharon, you bastard! Hades, swear in the name of the king of the underworld that once I end today's battle, I will personally chop off your dog head." Chapter 6:27. Hades' voice was very loud, and the entire underworld was his territory. Naturally, his words were like a world channel. As long as one had a hearing system and a brain, they would be able to hear him. The wretched old man, Sharon, who was rowing the boat quickly and was happily thinking about robbing Pluto's treasure, naturally heard it too. Hades' divine power instantly shattered the confusion effect that Thea had set in his mind. Sharon suddenly woke up. "Where am I?" Looking around, he was currently at the lower part of the river Styx, the River of Sighs. What did I do just now? Although he was confused, his memory was still there. He had just wanted to rob Pluto's treasure. Therefore, with this thought in mind, he rejected Hades' summon without thinking. Now that he was going to find Hades and tell him that he had repented and become a god again. Was it too late? It was definitely too late. Charon's old face was crying. Hades had already sworn in the name of Pluto. If he went back on his promise, the entire underworld would abandon him. He would lose all his face. The old man didn't think that he could make Hades make such a big sacrifice. Looking at the two passengers on the boat with hidden bitterness, Thea returned a very amiable smile. "It's over." Sharon looked at the river Styx that he had served for tens of thousands of years and was dejected. He was about to lose his job. What was more painful than losing his job was that he might not even be able to keep his life. If he had known earlier, he would have compensated Thea directly. He could have paid in installments. Hades' shout could be heard by the entire underworld. Thea felt that her plan had taken a big step forward. Seeing the old man, so regretful that his intestines turned green, she hurriedly comforted him. "The gods have already discussed. In the future, the river Styx will be under the jurisdiction of the Ocean Emperor. You don't have to be afraid of Hades. The Ocean Emperor will support you." She directly reassured him. Hearing that he had another job, Charon's despair improved a little. The intelligence of gods wasn't low. After all, they were old. Sharon was speechless. Even if he saved his old life for now, what could he do in the future? He couldn't leave the river Styx, and Hades wouldn't leave the underworld. When the time came, he would be under Hades' nose every day. How could he expect Pluto to forget about the enmity with a smile? What a joke! At that time, the river Styx and the first prison would become the front lines of the battle between the Ocean Emperor and the Netherworld King. As the owner of the river Styx, he would have to face the Netherworld army head-on. Thinking about his future, or rather his fate in the next few days, the old man had inexplicably become the vanguard of the anti-Hades movement. How could the word tragic describe this? But no matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't think of a good way to get out of this predicament. He was like a flying insect trapped in a spider's web, surrounded by hunters sharpening their knives. The choice that fate gave him was to happily spend the last few days of his life. As for what happened after that, it was up to fate. As the saying goes, since you can't resist, you should enjoy it. What was the happiest thing for the old man? That was money. Was there any place in the land that could tempt him more than Hades' treasury? Anger rose in his heart, and evil grew in his guts. He might as well not rest until he was dead. He might as well go and snatch it himself. If he was bewitched by Thea's divine power before, then now he was wholeheartedly doing this. He pushed the boat quickly, and like an arrow leaving the bow, he rowed towards the depths of the netherworld. Thea saw his actions and secretly laughed. He was the son of the goddess of creation and had such a good background, but he ended up like this because of greed. She and Diana continued to close their eyes and rest, their minds focused on the battlefield in the distance. With the help of many heroes and gods, Hades's decline was finally reversed. However, he had a trump card. Hera had inherited all of Zeus's treasury, so she wasn't just for show. She pulled out a sword from her waist and chanted an incantation loudly. In an instant, wind and thunder roared, and a large patch of dark clouds appeared out of thin air, covering tens of thousands of miles of the sky in the battlefield of the gods. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and large balls of lightning raged between the clouds, occasionally attacking the creatures on the ground. However, due to the negative energy of the dead on the ground, the chances of them being struck by lightning were much higher than ordinary people. Zeus, all the creatures of the underworld, including Hades, were the focus of attention. The divine power contained in the clouds was no stranger to the brothers and sisters. It was left by Zeus. In the brilliant divine power, they seemed to see the mighty god king again. Needless to say, this was left to guard against Hades. Apart from being too fickle in love, Zeus was actually very good to Hera. If he didn't have many backup plans, Hera wouldn't have come to confront Hades no matter what Thea said. Because this thundercloud contained the divine power left by Zeus, it lasted for a long time. Within the range of the thundercloud, all the dead suffered varying degrees of damage. The gods were only slightly embarrassed, but the army on the ground was annihilated. Under the leadership of Antiope, the Amazon female warriors rode tall horses and penetrated the army of the dead several times. The warriors of the sea race and the giants also chased after them. The dead were like wheat being reaped, and a large number of them fell. Although they could still be resurrected, it would be a matter of a day later. It was difficult to determine the outcome of the battle between the gods for a while. What surprised them was that the first to break the stalemate was the mortals who they didn't pay attention to before, the pair of Supergirl, and the Flash developed a tacit understanding during the chase with Hermes. Barry's speed was faster than Hermes. After grasping the opponent's maximum speed, he suddenly accelerated and threw a lightning bolt at Hermes, who was chasing after him. This kind of attack didn't cause much damage to Hermes, but Supergirl, who caught up later, hit Hermes with all her strength. After fighting with Apollo many times, Supergirl's attacks naturally carried a lot of divine power that belonged to the sun god. She didn't know how to use divine power. If she didn't know how to use it, it might slowly dissipate. But once she went all out, Apollo's divine power and the energy absorbed from the stars surged out in an instant. Her attributes were restrained, and her strength crushed Hermes, who was already a half-dead creature, causing heavy damage. A punch with a sonic boom directly hit Hermes' chest. Uffed! The former god of speed directly burst into a cloud of blood mist, and the light attribute began to attack his body. Hermes opened his eyes and glared at Supergirl. Seeing that he could still speak, Supergirl, who was afraid that she had hit him too hard, was quite happy. Sister Thea didn't lie. These guys' bodies are really strong. It was a very depressing thing to live by suppressing one's strength every day. Seeing that Hermes could still speak, this guy was obviously fine. There was nothing to say. Let's give him another punch. After one punch, Hermes, who was pretending to be a tough guy, lay in the mud and completely fainted. Chapter 628. After dealing with Hermes, Supergirl, and the Flash split up. The Flash went to help the Amazons, while Supergirl went to help her old friend Apollo. Apollo, who had the upper hand, was shocked when he saw a red cloak flying to his side. He was traumatized by Supergirl. When he knew that she was here to help him deal with Thanatos, he snorted unhappily. Although she was not a god, Supergirl's attack naturally contained the energy of a star, which was very effective against Thanatos. Facing two unreasonable human-shaped suns, it was only a matter of time before Thanatos was defeated. At the same time, in the depths of the underworld, Thea's small team, robbed the rich to help the poor, also arrived at the door of Pluto's treasury. Seeing the two women stepping on the land on the shore, Sharon, the boatman, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The transaction was completed, and the shackles of the divine power were gone. However, he was not happy at all. He, who had not been ashore for tens of thousands of years, thought of Pluto's treasury, and his heart seemed to be lit with evil fire. After a little hesitation, he also jumped ashore. The pitch-black door was so heavy that it seemed to be able to stagnate the air. Hades' treasury was not only big, but it was also built very widely. Just a rough estimate of the area covered was comparable to a street in Star City. Even Diana, who was not greedy, could not help but be amazed. How many treasures did it take to build such a huge building to be a warehouse? I want 30% of the treasures. Sharon, who had a pair of triangular eyes, was even more dazzled by money at this time. He almost forgot his surname. Thea was very unhappy. How dare you talk about money with the goddess of wealth? Although the holy sword was with the clone, the justice dagger given by the Heavenly Father was still at hand. You greedy old man, do you want to test my dagger? She was unhappy, but she did not say it out loud. Instead, she asked, "We are the ones who organized the crusade against the underworld. What value do you have to take 30% of the treasures?" The old man smiled eerily. "I have no value, but my brothers do. Look at this." As he spoke, he took out a token with the unique symbol of the sleeping god, Hypnos, and a pair of wings covered in feathers. Speaking of this token, it was a very long story. At first, Hypnos thought that Sharon was his half-brother, so they had to keep in touch with each other. So he gave him a token. But later, they found that this brother was too unbearable. He only cared about making money, which was simply unreasonable to the extreme in the eyes of the gods. What was the use of money to the gods? They tried to persuade him several times, but to no avail. Sharon only had that little hobby. He didn't care about anything other than small amounts of money. As time passed, Hypnos had long since given up on his half-brother. You can just count money in the sticks. It had been so long that both parties had forgotten about this matter. Now that Sharon was pushed to the edge of the cliff by Thea and Hades, he finally thought of his brother. However, he wasn't a kind person at all. He didn't want to ask his brothers for help or put in a good word for them. What he wanted was to use his brothers as scapegoats, using Hypnos as a scapegoat. This idea sounded a little ridiculous at first, but it wasn't difficult at all. It could even trigger a chain effect on the battlefield. Thea secretly calculated. Her original plan was to force a deal with Hades and leave him with a copper coin. Now, with Karen's enthusiastic help, things could develop more harmoniously and orderly. Thea immediately changed her original plan. Hypnos and Thanatos were twins. If Hades had a conflict with his right-hand man, the scene would definitely be very funny. She would get the treasure and let someone else take the blame. This business was completely feasible. How about this? Let's sign a new final agreement. All the coins of the sticks will belong to you. What do you think? Thea pulled out a slate from the void and prepared to do a second business deal with Sharon. Sharon trembled when he looked at the slate, but his greed suppressed his fear. He read the contents in trepidation. All the coins belong to me? You don't want any of it? What we want are weapons, treasures, and anything that can increase our strength, Thea said honestly. Sharon pursed his lips, indicating that he didn't understand. Coins were the best thing in the world. Why would these two women want those weapons and treasures? Crazy. Thea also didn't understand why this guy was so obsessed with money. Was it because of some psychological trauma in his childhood? After looking at each other in disdain, Sharon confirmed that Thea wouldn't add any additional agreements and finally agreed to the deal. After completing the new agreement, Thea signaled to Sharon that it was time for him to show his worth. As the three of them hesitated at the entrance of the treasury, the guardian of the treasury finally got up slowly. Cerberus, the three-headed hellhound. All the three-headed hellhounds were its direct descendants. Its current duty was to guard the treasury of the Styx. However, for thousands of years, the surrounding area was a forbidden area. It was used to slacking off and didn't realize that strangers had come. Thea and the others discussed for a while. Only then did the three-headed hellhound realize its duty. It stood up shakily, wanting to see who had disturbed its sleep. This fellow wasn't beautiful at all. Thea narrowed her eyes and glanced at it. It had 3 ugly heads, 6 ferocious eyes, and a tail that didn't look like a cute dog tail. Instead, it looked more like a snake's tail. In any case, it looked like it was going to be chopped up. Holding back Diana, who was about to draw her sword, Thea signaled to Sharon to negotiate. The shivering boatman, Sharon walked in front of the three-headed hellhound. The three-headed hellhound sniffed with its 3 big noses. This fellow had a very strong aura of the underworld. It seemed like he was one of them. The 3 ugly heads looked at each other, waiting for Sharon to speak. Sharon lived up to his nickname of a treacherous villain. He didn't care about brotherhood and took out Hypnos token like a lackey. Lord Hypnos ordered us to go to the treasury. Let us in. Actually, Sharon had the thought of leaving Thea and the others behind and taking the treasury for himself. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Hades already had a death feud with him. If he offended Hera and Poseidon as well, would he still be able to live at that time? Even if his mother, the goddess of creation, appeared, she wouldn't be able to save him. As it turned out, Hypnos token was quite useful. The three-headed hellhound's 3 thoughts were all tangled up, and its consciousness was a little chaotic. It usually needed the help of Hypnos to sleep. To a certain extent, it had to give face to the god of sleep. The 3 heads had a messy conversation. Sharon tossed the token to one of the heads. The other party carefully identified it and confirmed that it was indeed the token of Hypnos, the god of sleep. Only then did it slowly step aside. Sharon, who had rowed the boat on the river Styx for tens of thousands of years, had a lot of strength. He anxiously placed his hands on the door. The 10,000-ton stone door was slowly pushed open by him. Chapter 6:29. Exerting all his strength, he pushed open the door. Before he could rest, the old man's eyes were blinded by the jewels in the room. Fortunately, his hobbies and rationality reminded him. After identifying the direction, he rushed to the left side hall at a speed comparable to Hermes. A large amount of money was waving at him. The 2 girls walked past Cerberus and walked along the passage. They had to admit that Hades had a rich collection. Compared to Zeus's high standards, ordinary treasures could not catch his eye. Hades, on the other hand, did not reject anything. This was also the main reason why he built such a large treasury. Refined gold, mithril, and orichalcum were piled up in piles. Even Diana was a little surprised by the brilliance of the jewels and jades. Take them all. Diana, who had always regarded money as dirt, could not help but have some hope in her eyes when she saw the jewels. Thea waved her hand and put all the jewels into her wealth dimension. She was going to split them up when she got home. After all, They were going to participate in the battle later. It would be awkward if they were discovered carrying the jewels. At the same time, she muttered in her heart, no wonder the underworld queen did not mention anything about going home after she was kidnapped. She was most likely moved by these tons of jewels. Along the way, their eyes were filled with the weapons and armor of ancient warriors, demigods, and gods. There were also magnificent works of art. There were also divine weapons, demigods, quasi-divine weapons, and many magic equipment. They even saw a huge set of armor. According to Diana's appraisal, this was the armor of the second god king, Kronos. The two girls, of course, mainly Thea, were as happy as mice that had fallen into a rice bowl. No matter what it was, they put it all into their wealth dimension and looked at it carefully when they got home. Wow, so beautiful! The long-legged goddess suddenly stopped walking. Thea followed her gaze and could not help but be stunned. Not far away, for unusually strong black war horses were looking at the two girls. Behind the four horses was a luxurious chariot. Hades' chariot! Thea was a little surprised. Can we take this away? Diana also asked carefully. This thing was alive, so it definitely couldn't be put into the wealth space. Besides, it was Hades's personal belongings, so he would definitely sense it if the two women took it away. However, Diana really liked these horses. Her eyes were fixed on Thea. To be honest, eldest Mrs. Love for horses was just that. It was better to drive a car than to ride a horse. These horses were not the cute type. However, for the sake of Diana's happiness, it was not too troublesome. She could take anything she wanted, but she had to change her method when it came to this object that was close to Hades and was a living creature. Force buying and selling. This was her response. She took out another stone slab and threw it on the ground. This was considered a deal with Hades. One side of the deal was naturally the Pluto. On the other side, Thea did not leave her name. Instead, she left behind a character number from the creator star. From a macro perspective, this number also represented Thea, so it was not considered a scam. Hades only needed to personally go to the Heavenly Father to verify it. Thea left behind a copper coin, which was considered a forced deal. Unfortunately, Hades was being beaten up by a group of gods in the distance. He had no time to pay attention to such a small fluctuation of divine power. The four strong horses were originally looking at the two women warily. After the deal was completed, their expressions immediately became playful. Two of them even had fawning expressions. I want this one. Valkyrie happily chose a mare. In order to accompany her, Sia also chose a mare. As for the remaining two stallions, she didn't want to waste them. She put them into the space ring and let them keep the elk company. Since the horses were taken away, they naturally would not give up on the chariot. Thea felt that after today, Mr. Hades would no longer need a chariot. Wherever the two women went, not a single blade of grass grew. This was such a rare opportunity. They almost dug up the floor tiles. At this time, Cerberus could no longer sit still. Didn't they say that they were only here to take something on Lord Hypnos' orders? Why did it take so long? The three heads began to argue again. However, Hades had given strict orders to this guard. In order to prevent him from stealing, Hades had ordered him to not enter the treasury several times. Sharon was so greedy that he could ignore Hades, but Cerberus was not that crazy. He was worried that the people inside would not come out, but he did not dare to enter. Anxiety, uneasiness, fear of the unknown, all kinds of emotions filled the three heads that were already in a mess. What should they do? In the end, they came up with a solution that was not really a solution. They would not go in and just watch from outside. That would be fine, right? Along the door that Sharon opened, the three heads stood side by side and peeked behind the door. Thea and Diana had already walked into the depths of the treasury, so Cerberus could not see them. However, they discovered a busy figure in the left side hall. Old Sharon was full of energy. His footsteps were like the wind, and his body was full of energy. Although he loved money, he did not have much space ring. He could only use his divine power to wrap up the coins and move them out bit by bit. Was he tired? Running back and forth dozens of times was definitely tiring, but he was extremely happy. Regardless of whether he was a human or a god, wasn't happiness the most important thing? As the son of the goddess of creation, he loved small amounts of money. It was a hobby that did not affect the big picture. In the past, he would happily accept a few copper coins from a dead person. But now, facing the wealth that Hades had accumulated over tens of thousands of years, he was so excited that he wanted to jump up and down. Old Mr. Sharon was right under the 6 eyes of the Cerberus, moving the money over and over again. He was preparing to move all the money onto his ship, then lie down and sleep in the pile of money. Beautiful! What was this fellow doing? The Cerberus outside the door did not have any concept of wealth. At first, it was not clear what Charon's goal was. It was only when this fellow was like an idiot, mumbling to himself about his goals and motives, that the Cerberus finally understood. This fellow was actually a thief. Unfortunately, the loyal Cerberus could not go in. It was extremely anxious and could only pass the message to the Netherworld King. It had been asleep for too long, and with the heavy responsibility of guarding the ship, the Netherworld King did not summon it to participate in the battle. Thus, it did not know that its boss was being ganged up on. In order to tell the truth, or perhaps to shirk responsibility, it also sent Hypnos' token over. Hades, who was being beaten up badly by Hera, Hercules, and Neptune's clone, suddenly received a message from the Cerberus. At first, he really did not have the time to read it. Fighting 3 gods alone, even with his tyrannical strength, he could not hold on much longer. There was a bloody hole in his left shoulder from Hera's lightning spear, and his right leg had been hacked by Hercules' axe. Due to the fierce battle and the wounds caused by divine weapons, his self-healing ability had been cut in half. He could only barely hold on. Seeing that he could still hold on for so long, Hera and Poseidon could not let him go. If they did not take this opportunity to beat him into submission, who would be able to withstand it next time? Neptune's clone, who was originally helping to pick up the spoils, also began to attack fiercely. The trident, which was also a top-grade divine weapon, was wielded vigorously by him. Every strike of the trident carried an irresistible pressure, forcing the injured Pluto to retreat step by step. Hades was not a fool. He knew very well that he might have a chance of winning against 2, but he definitely could not win against 3. His goal was to stall for time and wait for his subordinates to break the stalemate and help him instead. Hades only attacked once out of 10 times, and the remaining 9 were all defensive. Although he was in a sorry state, he felt that he would be the final winner. Chapter 630. With the confidence that he would win, Hades began to hold on bitterly. It was only when the Cerberus sent him a second message that he managed to use his divine sense to scan the situation. He was really busy this time. He flew up and kicked away the Sea Emperor's trident, knocked the Hercules axe aside with a punch, and used his twin tridents to block Hera's lightning spear. When he scanned it with his divine sense, he was given a fright. Sharon, what the F*** CK, was this guy's guts too big? Normally, he would lick his shoes whenever he saw him, but today he actually burst forth with unparalleled courage. He had just said that he would teach this guy a lesson, but this guy didn't hide and wait for death. Instead, he turned around and robbed him. If he was defeated by Hera or Poseidon, it wouldn't be a humiliation. After all, they were all brothers and sisters. But now, he was being bullied by this old guy. Hades couldn't accept this. He had known that this old guy loved money since 10,000 years ago, but how did he have the guts to commit such a heinous crime? Very soon, the Cerberus sent him a command token. His eyes narrowed. Hypnos. The reason he was so daring was because the death god and sleeping god brothers were backing him up. Was this what Sharon was relying on? Hades instantly thought of the answer. While he was being attacked from all sides, he automatically filled in the blanks. Was Hypnos plotting a rebellion? Was he colluding with the gods? Had the brothers made some kind of deal with the gods behind his back? The more Hades thought about it, the more afraid he became. After all, the death god and sleeping god brothers had always been his left and right hands. Their prestige wasn't inferior to his. Thoughts surged in his mind, and he couldn't help but look at the death god and sleeping god brothers. The two brothers were fighting side by side against Apollo and Supergirl. In addition, Sea Emperor's 3 giant sons were also helping nearby. The two brothers had a tacit understanding of each other and worked together seamlessly. It was already fortunate that Supergirl Apollo didn't fight with her own people. Thus, even though it was 2 against 5, they still looked quite calm. If it was before he received the message from the Cerberus, Hades would feel that sleeping god's attacks were extremely graceful and agile. It was like he was dancing, silently affecting the enemy's 5 senses. But now he had a grudge. No matter how he looked at the sleeping god, he felt that this guy was just slacking off. He had been beaten black and blue by the 3 gods, and he had been waiting for reinforcements. Yet, they had been taking their time with the enemy. Hades's expression was a little gloomy. After exchanging a few more blows with the 3 gods with an ashen face, Hades relaxed a little and was heavily slapped in the face by Hera's spear. Only after receiving a real slap in the face did Hades shout, "Thanatos, come and help me." God of Death and God of Sleep were a little stunned. The direct result was that God of Death's elegant gray robe had 2 holes burned by Supergirl's heat ray. The 2 brothers were in a hurry to regain control of the situation. They were very puzzled. You need support when fighting against 3, but we don't need support when fighting against 5. In addition to the commanding tone in Hades's voice, the 2 brothers were very unhappy. Their seniority was high, their abilities were strong, and the brothers were of one mind. Usually, Hades would not speak to the 2 brothers like this. The 2 of them did not make any verbal or eye contact and chose to ignore him. We are also the 2nd and 3rd figures in the underworld. We are not your servants. Hades, you have to respect us. The 2 of them acted as if they had not heard him, which made Hades even more sure that they were disloyal. Which was more hateful, the enemy or the family thief? Hades's answer was the family thief. In particular, he knew that God of Death and God of Sleep were very prestigious. Many of the underworld's fighting forces were under their command, which made Hades even more afraid. Now, he had used all his trump cards, but he was still beaten badly by the allied forces of the gods. Was it because of their secret obstruction? The more Hades thought about it, the more frightened he felt. He wanted to frighten his subordinates and let them know who the real boss of the underworld was. Taking advantage of the time when he was competing with Hercules, he flew up and came to God of Death and God of Sleep. He shouted gloomily, "Hypnos!" God of Sleep, who did not know the truth, thought he was going to say something. He turned to look at Hades. However, what greeted him was a black double-pronged halberd. The halberd was sharp, and Hades's eyes showed a cruel light. "He wants to kill me." Hypnos did not know why Hades would do such a thing in front of the 2 armies. He only knew that he had to dodge. During the Trojan War, Hypnos, the god of sleep, had done a sensational thing. In order to prevent the war from breaking out, he tried to use his ability to make all things fall asleep to sleep Zeus. Unfortunately, he failed and was directly banished to the underworld. Now, at the critical moment of life and death, this handsome sleeping man, who had always been elegant, burst out all the potential of his body and dodged the stab at the critical moment. The gentle Prince Charming was so scared that his face turned pale. He scolded Hades, "You're crazy!" Seeing that his fatal blow was dodged by Hypnos, Hades misunderstood him even more. He felt that Hypnos had been hiding his strength to give him a critical blow. He snorted and released the real power of Pluto. He wanted to take down this traitor in the shortest time and use it to frighten all the gods of the underworld. Unfortunately, he underestimated the telepathy of the god of sleep and the god of death. After tens of thousands of years together, the god of death had sensed Hades's sneak attack. Now, seeing that Hades was not going to let him go, the god of death could only join forces with his brother to fight against Pluto. What kind of conspiracy was this? This question lingered in the minds of Hera, Poseidon, Hercules, and Apollo. As for the naive Supergirl, she did not react. Why was her opponent fighting with someone else? The rest of the gods, who were fighting a little further away, were only stunned. The head of the three judges, Radamandes, who had already suppressed the Cyclops, was affected by the shock and was hit in the face by the Cyclops' rod. His handsome face was a little twisted, but he did not care about his enemy. He did not understand why the boss of the underworld was fighting with the second and third at this critical moment. This was going to be the end of him. Thea's doppelganger, who was playing with the firstborn, received a message from the main body. It was not difficult to figure out the truth. Money moved people's hearts. It could only be said that Sharon, a nobody, had inadvertently become the key factor that determined the outcome of the war. Thea's doppelganger hurriedly reminded Hera. Now, they had to prove that the two brothers could not clear their names even if they jumped into the Styx. If the underworld was divided into two, it would be a miracle if they could still win. When Hera received her message, her eyes were initially filled with horror. Although it was a little unbelievable, she did not lose anything by saying a few words. She immediately shouted, "Thanatos, Hypnos, Hera, swear that as long as you help us take down Hades, I will accept you on behalf of Mount Olympus. I will let bygones be bygones." Chapter 631. Hera's heart was thumping wildly as she said this. It was truly because of the strength of these two brothers. If either Thanatos or Hypnos were to be singled out, they would be able to tie with Hera, who had yet to become a god king. If the two brothers worked together, they would even be able to fight a god king. This was evident from the fact that Hades, who was wielding his halberd like a windmill, was unable to take down the two brothers. Unlike Sharon, who was alone, they had many demigod children and a large number of subordinates. Now, the second and third prisons of the underworld were under their control. As long as the two brothers were pulled to their side, they would win this expedition. Hearing Hera's straightforward words, Poseidon was a little stunned. He did not know the cause and effect of the incident, but he knew how to rope people in. However, he did not have the status of the central government like Hera, so his efforts were not as effective. Hera and Poseidon spoke at the same time, which was another signal in the eyes of the gods of the underworld. They were indeed colluding. The subordinates of the god of sleep, the god of death, looked at the allied forces of the gods and their former comrades and began to think about their own positions. Apollo looked at Hera with a strange face. He had always been unconvinced by Hera, but now he was a little frightened. He did not believe that this was a coincidence. He imagined that Hera had secretly colluded with the two gods. The two brothers could not only help the gods defeat Hades, but also intimidate him. He clicked his tongue in his heart. Hera's means were silent. He did not know that she had such a delicate plan. Hades thought that he had exposed the two brothers' traitorous faces in advance and vented his anger on them. The halberd in his hand moved faster and faster. Up until now, the two brothers still didn't know what had happened. However, even a person made of mud would have a temper. Unlike Karen, who had no great ambitions, they were gods with dreams and abilities. As the sons of the goddess of creation, they were of noble birth and didn't lack scheming. It was only because of their bad luck that they ended up in their current situation. Deep in their hearts, they did not think that they were worse than Hades. In the face of Hades's fierce attacks, they had to think about their future. Should they change their allegiance? Or should they become kings? This time, the two brothers communicated telepathically. They quickly reached an agreement and communicated with Hera. Mount Olympus was the center of the gods. This was the current consensus of the Greek pantheon. When Hera heard their request, she immediately agreed without hesitation. She then announced loudly, "I am Hera, the god of gods. On behalf of Mount Olympus, I acknowledge the jurisdiction of Thanatos, the god of death, and Hypnos, the god of sleep, over the underworld. From now on, the brothers are the twin Pluto, PFFF." Seeing this scene, Thea's doppelganger burst out laughing. Now it was even more lively. Hera was really making careless promises. She was basically overdrafting the Divine King's credibility. However, this had nothing to do with Thea. She was happy to watch the show. The battlefield could indeed be described as bustling. The two armies that were originally clearly divided now suddenly split a quarter of the army from the underworld army. This group of people stood there, awkwardly. Finally, under the leadership of the two brothers' sons, they joined the allied forces of the gods. The originally evenly matched battlefield collapsed. In an instant, one side gained a quarter of their army, while the other side lost a quarter of their army. There was no suspense in this battle. The connections that the two brothers had built up over the years played a key role. Hades was arrogant and unruly. His attitude towards his subordinates could be described as harsh. On the other hand, the two brothers were relatively gentler. Although the change was sudden, there were many people who supported them. One of the three judges, Minos, also joined the camp of the gods under the persuasion of the two brothers, Suwaili, who talked about the past with the two brothers. The Tauran army that was directly under him immediately changed sides and attacked the army of the dead. The morale of the allied forces of the gods was greatly boosted. The situation quickly deteriorated out of control. Hades finally panicked a little. He began to promise benefits to his subordinates. Unfortunately, his reputation had never been high. The advantage of the allied forces was snowballing. Everyone could see that it might be better if the ruler of the underworld was changed. A few gods who had joined the battle because of his face left one after another. Many Greek undead heroes automatically ran to the two brothers' camp. They had originally promised to serve Hades once. Now that they had been officially appointed by Hera, the two brothers were the official Hades. The army was defeated like a landslide. Now, only the queen of the underworld, the eldest son, the two judges, and a large number of demigod descendants were left by Hades' side. In terms of combat power, they could still fight. Unfortunately, the subordinates were uneasy. Ordinary undead didn't have intelligence and weren't affected by morale. However, the gods and demigods weren't. They had thoughts and eyes. The loyal ones were thinking about defense plans, and the more active ones were already thinking about what they should say when they joined the two brothers. The gods were all full of fighting spirit. Hercules took the lead and directly killed his way into the first prison. Hades hurriedly reorganized the army in an attempt to restabilize the situation. Unfortunately, the army's resistance was extremely weak. The first prison was forcibly broken by the gods. The second and third prisons were the two brothers' traditional territories. Hades had tried his best, but unfortunately, he was surrounded by more than 10 gods. He could only retreat with hatred in his heart. It was worth mentioning that during the battle in the third prison, the original bodies of Thea and Diana returned with a full load. The two of them secretly merged with their doppelgangers. On the battlefield in the third prison, the eldest son didn't know that the enemy had played a big trick on him. In a hurry, he was directly captured by Thea and Diana, together with Supergirl and a bunch of Green Lanterns. As if knowing his fate, the eldest son struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, the three girls were not much weaker than him. The chains of the Green Lanterns tightly bound him. Thea and Ching Nu took turns to attack his consciousness with compassion. Thea's mental injuries had not healed. In addition, Thea had drunk the white poplar fruit, which was a special product of the underworld. The fruit of the underworld's sacred tree could greatly improve one's mental strength. Now, not only had Thea's old injuries healed, but she had also improved. With the help of Ching Nu, who was equally determined and had incomparable compassion, this time no one disturbed them. They spent the whole day wearing away the hostility in the eldest son's heart. After washing away the dust, the firstborn, who was facing his own heart again, finally welcomed a rare moment of peace. The monstrous hatred, 10,000 years of loneliness, and 6,000 years of perseverance had all turned into the nourishment of compassion. The eldest son, who was originally surrounded by countless wronged souls, burst into tears when he put on the Green Lantern ring. He hugged Hera and buried his head in her arms as he cried. When Thea saw the eldest son again, she, as the initiator, was very surprised. 10,000 years of grievances had disappeared in a single day. Now, the eldest son was like a wise scholar. He was not driven at all. His eyes automatically emitted compassion. At this level, even Ching Nu was not as good as him, let alone Thea, who used compassion as a weapon. Thank you for your help. I'm really relaxed now. The eldest son exhaled and looked relieved. I've already said goodbye to my mother. I want to go around the world and see how big the universe is. It's incredible. I was too short-sighted before. TSK, TSK. After that, he laughed at himself and waved at them in a carefree manner. He carried his sword and left the underworld alone. As for whether he would go to the outside world or the universe, no one knew. The eldest son's strength was too strong. Even the Green Lantern ring could not restrain him. The Green Lantern ring was more like a communication device to him. The eldest son left the group of friends and family of Hades. Not only did the god of death and god of sleep leave the group, but they also dragged a bunch of people to join the other group. The situation of Hades was a perfect example of what it meant to be defeated like a landslide. Now, he was the only one left who could fight. Every time he fought, 10 powerful gods would jump out to beat him up. How could he stand it? Chapter 632. Zeus might be able to fight 10 gods at once, but he couldn't. Fighting 3 gods at once was his limit. The situation was so bad that he had no choice but to do something shameless. Hades, surrender. The gods won't make things difficult for you. Hera shouted from the bottom of the 4th prison. Even she didn't believe what she said. If she didn't take this opportunity to kill Hades, when would she? However, she had underestimated Hades's viciousness. She saw Hades standing within the boundaries of the 4th prison. He looked at the gods with disdain in his eyes. Hera, look at who this is. Hades waved behind him, and a large number of dead people pushed a giant coffin in front of the gods. A 10-meter-tall giant lay in the coffin. It was obvious that the giant had died long ago, but his body still emitted a bronze luster, accompanied by a strong oppressive aura. The few powerful gods all sensed the great power contained in the corpses. Sia really did recognize this corpse. Back then, when she and Hera had wreaked havoc in the underworld, the young mistress had pulled out the holy sword in a fit of rage and stirred up the entire underworld, awakening many dead people. This corpse was one of the strongest people back then. Hades Poseidon, Zeus's father, the second god king, the Titan Kronos. At that time, Kronos' consciousness was very limited. It was probably less than 1% of his peak state, but he had already caused a great deal of damage to the underworld. Now, Hades had dragged out their father. What was he going to do? Chop him up and make soup? Then share a bowl with his brothers and sisters? Hera and Poseidon were also puzzled. They didn't say anything and just looked on coldly. They wanted to see what Hades was up to. Hades didn't let them think too much and revealed the answer himself. He took out a ball of unknown green substance and waved it at the gods. This old thing's soul is still in my hands. As long as you take a step forward, I will revive him. With a body and a soul, plus my authority of Hades, Kronos can be revived. Do you dare to bet with me? Let's see if this old thing will kill you first or hit me first. At this time, Hades' hair was disheveled, and he looked like a madman. When Sia saw this scene, she clicked her tongue. This tactic of not being able to defeat old daddy was very creative in the outside world. The reunion of father and daughter would be a joyous occasion, but it was not the case for the King Greek gods. Their father was not benevolent. Kronos was afraid that his children would overthrow him. Every time his wife gave birth to a child, he would swallow the child into his stomach. Similarly, his son was unfilial. Zeus overthrew his father and saved his siblings. After that, he silently killed them. From the huge hole in Kronos' chest, it could be seen that this was done by Zeus. No one else had the ability to do so. Now that Hades was really anxious, he threw out a huge bomb. If you guys hit me again, I'll resurrect my old man. Today, there was no Zeus to deal with Kronos. This former god King Titan was filled with rage, and he could easily crush the gods. Mount Olympus had taken everything away from him, and Hades had resurrected him. Hades was betting on Kronos' attitude and the gods' fear of the Titan King. His ruthlessness had indeed shocked the gods. Hera, who was astute in small matters, immediately hesitated. Once Kronos, the son of Gaia, was resurrected, he would definitely absorb the power of the underworld to recover his divine power. It would be difficult for the underworld to escape. However, Mount Olympus and Hera would be the ones to take revenge. In fact, Hera already had the intention to retreat, but she was too prideful to admit defeat. She lowered her head and pondered. Hades looked at her nervously, his heart in turmoil. If he could live a good life, he would not want to resurrect his old man. The amount of divine power needed to resurrect a god king of this level was simply astronomical. Even if he was the king of Hades, borrowing the power of the underworld to do such a thing was not low risk. Even if he was resurrected, with his old man's character, he might turn around and eat him. No one could be sure. The cards had been played. It was now up to Hera to choose. Poseidon looked at the scene coldly. Kronos was the son of Gaia. He hated the sea, so he was the least stressed out among the gods present. Hades held the remnant of his father's soul in his hand, his heart uneasy. He was the most stressed out among the gods present. Seeing Hera unable to make up her mind, he felt bitter. Fortunately, someone finally spoke up to persuade Hera. Retreat, Hera! A woman in a t-shirt and shorts, dressed like a modern person, walked out of the void with an owl perched on her shoulder. She was holding a baby in both hands. The sudden appearance of the woman shocked all the forces. Who is this woman? The Flash looked at the woman and asked the little beauty Kara beside him. It was difficult not to notice this modern person in a group of ancient armored people. Kara was usually a little muddle-headed, but the Kryptonians had a good memory. She stroked her cute chin and thought for a moment. I think she is Sister Diana's former employee, but I remember Sister Thea said that the child she was carrying was Zeus. Such a complicated interpersonal relationship made Supergirl frown. The Flash was also dumbfounded when he heard this. He decided to just watch happily. They did not have divinity, so they could only watch the show. However, the gods present still recognized the woman's true identity. Athena! Several gods shouted at the same time. That's right. This woman who suddenly appeared with a baby was the cause of everything a year ago. She was Diana's former employee, Miss Zora. Of course, now that her divine soul had awakened. Zora's 20 years of experience was nothing compared to Athena's enormous past. It was directly assimilated. Back then, it was because of her and Hermes' respective plans that they had pulled Diana into this whirlpool. Unfortunately, due to Hermes' repeated interference, the original plan did not even have a trace of its shadow. Hermes was severely injured and imprisoned by the gods, and she had long retired to the third line to give birth to a baby. With a helpless expression, she sat and watched the situation develop to such a strange state. She silently gave birth to Zeus's Smuff, but faced with such a complicated situation, even the goddess of wisdom was very puzzled. How did things develop to such a stage? Originally, she was hiding in the dark, sorting out the situation, analyzing the causes and results, and trying to redirect the situation to her desired state. Unfortunately, Hades' desperate gamble had completely messed up her plan. If Kronos revived, everyone would be unlucky. Hera felt that she would bear the brunt of it. In fact, Zeus's hatred was the greatest. Zeus's main body was now sleeping, and he was creating a Smuff again. It could be said that he was at his weakest. The gods could not find his hiding place, but the second-generation god king, Kronos, could. At that time, facing his son, Zeus, who could not resist at all, should Kronos braise him or steam him? Chapter 633. Athena had no choice but to step in personally. Things were already bad enough. She couldn't let it get any worse. Hades didn't expect his big move to expose Athena. When Hermes brought the mortal Miss Zola to the underworld, Hades didn't see anything special about her and didn't take her seriously. Now, reality slapped him in the face. This woman was Athena's incarnation. The problem became complicated. There was an even bigger conspiracy behind his niece. It didn't take much intelligence to figure it out. Hera, Apollo, Eris, Diana, and Thea, who pretended not to know anything. These gods who participated in the battle for Zola on Paradise Island all looked at Athena in confusion. Athena enjoyed the strange looks of the gods. In the past, she would be proud of her intelligence. Now, she only felt bitterness. The war should end here, she said to Hera earnestly. In the past, Hera's attention was usually on Zeus's illegitimate children. This was why Athena was so nice to her. However, now that she enjoyed the taste of power and the sense of accomplishment of commanding an army to decide the direction of the world, Hera's jealousy was washed away. She couldn't be jealous even if she wanted to, because Zeus had too many illegitimate children. More than half of the 12 main gods were illegitimate children. There were also many demigods on the battlefield, such as Diana and the ancient Greek heroes who had joined them. Even Hades' Queen of the Underworld and the 3 judges of the Underworld. All the handsome demigods were basically Zeus's children. Now, she was leading a bunch of her husband's illegitimate children to fight her own brother. If she was her usual self, she would have died from anger. Thus, she enjoyed Athena's respect. She looked at the baby in Athena's arms with a strange expression. She didn't feel anything strange. But how was this possible? How could Zeus and Athena give birth to an ordinary person? Athena must be plotting something. Hera was sure of this, but this wasn't the time to talk about it. Hera looked at Hades again. Her cold expression returned to being dignified. Okay, the war of gods ends here. When she said this, she was very happy. Could the era of Zeus attack the underworld? He couldn't, but she could. Your Majesty, what about us? If she wants to retreat, the god of death and the god of sleep will suffer. Even Hypnos, the god of sleep, is a little anxious. When you retreat and Hades comes to settle the score, what will we do? Hera was indeed clumsy when it came to the overall strategic direction, but she had been doing this kind of thing for thousands of years and was extremely experienced. She immediately comforted the two brothers and once again used her name as the Divine King to guarantee that the two brothers' current interests would not be harmed. The two brothers had no choice but to follow the gods back to the third prison. Over the next few days, Athena acted as the middleman and mediated between the two sides. After tireless efforts, they finally finalized the final agreement. Athena was speechless when she saw the agreement that she had worked so hard to broker. As the loser, Hades suffered the most. Not only did his left and right hands take away a large number of elites, but now the two brothers were also against him. Being arrogant, he didn't ask the two brothers why they wanted to rob his treasure. The two brothers were actually in a state of confusion, but they were used to acting cool. Even if they were confused, outsiders couldn't see through their expressions. Hera was determined to keep the two brothers on the same level as him. Hades gritted his teeth and acknowledged the title of Hades Gemini, but he didn't want to be outdone and changed his title of Hades King to Emperor of the Underworld. Seeing that he changed his title, Hera thought for a moment and changed her title from Divine King to Emperor of the Gods. She was on par with Poseidon, the Emperor of the Sea, and Hades, the Emperor of the Underworld, and slightly suppressed them. The first three prisons were the territories of the gods. Despite Hades' insistence, under the mediation of many neutral gods in the underworld, it fell into the hands of the two brothers. Now that the first three prisons were gone, the jurisdiction of the river Styx had nothing to do with him. Hera and Poseidon didn't even ask for his opinion and decided on the ownership. Old man Charon made a windfall and held on to his job. Other than being bitten twice by Cerberus when he rushed out of the treasury, he didn't suffer any other losses. He was very satisfied. An earth-shattering battle had come to an end. Hades would need decades to stabilize the internal chaos of the underworld, let alone attack Mount Olympus. This time, he had been besieged several times, and the injuries he received required a large amount of divine power to recover. Overall, despite the constant changes along the way, they had achieved their goal when they set off. The gods returned victorious, and the whole of Mount Olympus was filled with joy. Hera held a banquet to celebrate, and at the same time quarreled with Athena behind closed doors. The allies played around for 3 days before slowly dispersing. Supergirl went back to school, and Barry continued to track down Reverse Lightning. Thea didn't feel anything unusual from the baby. In the end, whether Zeus continued to act as his smuff or talk to his wife in detail, that was other people's business. It had nothing to do with her anymore. She and Poseidon still needed to discuss the issue of the god of death's staff. After setting a time, they went home. There were too many items to check. Mount Olympus and the underworld were too crowded, so it wasn't a good place to check. They returned to Paradise Island. With the help of the enchantments set up by Thea, the two girls had time to sort out their gains. There were all kinds of precious materials, expensive accessories, countless rare treasures, and all kinds of powerful equipment piled up like mountains. There were weapons of famous warriors and divine weapons of various gods who had passed away. Now that Thea relied more on magic in battle, she didn't have a high need for equipment. The Valkyrie was so beautiful that she almost forgot her surname. Thea helped her replace all the original beginner's godly equipment. Among the equipment, the two girls had obtained the greatest harvest was a set of Kronos' armor and shield. Kronos' father was Gaia's son, the second-generation god king. He was born with the power to control the earth. His armor was thick and sturdy, and it had a lot of special features, such as being invulnerable to the ground, immunity to all kinds of negative statuses, immunity to mind control, enhanced strength, speed, and so on. However, he was of the Titan race and was tall. No matter how long Diana's legs were or how tall she was, she couldn't wear this set of armor. In order not to attract attention, they definitely couldn't wear the original armor out for an exhibition. They had to remake it. Diana's forging skills were completely useless on this set of top-grade divine armor. Hephaestus, the god of blacksmithing in Greece, also couldn't let him know. Fortunately, Thea was an employee of the new god race. She opened a sonic tunnel and went straight back to the new god race's god of blacksmithing, Haiti. Haiti was originally in this line of work. Without saying anything, she began to forge the armor for her. As for Diana's size, she was very clear about it. 3 days later, Thea returned to Earth with bags of various sizes. So many parts. The Valkyrie was a little surprised as she covered her mouth and started to check. She also started to try on the armor. Chest protector, shoulder protector, arm protector, helmet, and leg protector. The entire armor was dark red with gold lining, and with a red cloak, it looked very cool. Thea was very satisfied. As for Diana's previous set of armor, she kept it as a souvenir. She could give it to anyone who wanted it in the future. To be honest, Thea had never liked that set of armor. The main reason was that it was too revealing. Below the neck, a large amount of skin was exposed. Even half of the cleavage was exposed. There was no need to talk about the pants. It was just a pair of triangular shorts. Her entire thigh was exposed. Not to mention its defensive properties, this design had always made Thea unhappy. It was just that divine equipment were hard to come by in the outside world, and she couldn't afford to change it. Look at Fiora's armor. It was covered tightly, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. If one didn't look at the chest of the armor, one wouldn't be able to tell that it was a woman. This was worth learning. Chapter 634. Thea took off Diana's armor without hesitation. The long-legged goddess instantly became naked. This was something that Thea had been complaining about. She had been fighting in her armor all this time. Hephaestus was the one who made the armor in the newbie village. It fit Diana's curves perfectly. Of course, it was not because he had measured it himself. Otherwise, Thea would have killed him even if they were separated by the sea of stars. When he made it, Diana was still a baby. In order to leave room for future growth, one of the characteristics of the divine armor was that it could automatically adjust according to the size. When you were big, it would be big, and when you were small, it would be small. At least, according to Thea's estimation, Diana's current size was slightly bigger than when she left the island. The armor's ability to automatically increase in size was based on her powerful memory and touch. After wearing the armor for a long time, Diana did not like wearing cumbersome undergarments. They were meaningless to her. Ancient Greek values believed that beautiful things did not need to be covered up. It was the same whether it was during her tribal life thousands of years ago or when she entered modern society. Now, even when she attended social events, she would dress up with a deep V-neck and a bare back. She looked dazzling and sexy. Most of the time, she would simply forget to wear undergarments. She would wear a long dress and attend events. The young mistress would occasionally wear nothing, but it was all because she was lazy. Now, she had to cultivate Diana's habit of wearing undergarments. In the past, she was not afraid of fighting a few criminals. Those criminals could not break through her armor. In the future, the scale of the battles would grow larger. The comic world had a mysterious power to prevent clothes from being torn, but it did not exist in the real world. What if the armor broke in the future when they fought against Darkseid? Wouldn't it be a great opportunity for others? Must I wear it? Diana asked with a frown. Of course. There are many benefits. Thea held a bra that Aramani had woven with spider silk and divine threads as she spoke cheerfully. Diana looked at her with a faint smile. Oh, what benefits? Prevent irrelevant people from peeping? Could this be considered a benefit? The young mistress racked her brains, but she really couldn't think of any benefits at the moment. As for things like preventing sagging, promoting growth, and ensuring blood circulation, these were all nonsense to them. Seeing that her eloquent lover was at a loss for words, Diana laughed heartily. The indescribable thing on her naked chest also shook twice, making the eldest Mrs. Harditch, Laurel Babla, and the others don't seem to wear it either. They all wear Kevlar combat suits, so I think you're... Diana laid out the facts and reasoned. Finally, she pointed at the underwear in Missy's hand and shook her head. Her meaning was self-evident. Thea felt helpless at the mention of this. The female superheroes and villains here basically wore tight clothes. There were many people like Ching Nu who wore a small singlet on top and 2 curtains on the bottom. The heroines in Gotham were fine, but Star City's Laurel, in order to completely separate herself from her daytime identity, wore leather clothes, fishnet stockings, and long boots. She was completely different from her daytime image as a lawyer. After thinking about it, there were still many problems with female superheroes. They would need to be fixed in the future. But Thea decided to start with herself. She forcefully explained, "They all appear at night, unlike you. From today onwards, I will supervise you. You must wear it." "Are you really going to wear it?" "You must wear it." Diana took the underwear and looked at it. She had to admit that Diana's craftsmanship was not bad. She was at least a full-fledged tailor. She was also born in Greece, so her aesthetic was completely in line with Diana's standards. After thinking about it, the goddess retorted, "You still have to wear it." Thea talked nonsense with her for a long time, but she couldn't win against the goddess of war. She could only surrender, helplessly. "Okay, I'll wear it too." After taking off the quilt, Diana saw that she was also wearing nothing. She laughed silently and proudly raised her nose. Thea picked a few pieces and then realized the problem. These were all prepared for Diana. She didn't prepare anything for herself. She had magic and the light ring, so there was no possibility of her clothes exploding. She reluctantly chose one, but realized that it wouldn't work after putting it on halfway. A mischievous thought appeared in her mind. She looked at Diana flirtatiously and said playfully, "Oh, it seems a little tight." Diana was furious. "Thea Quinn, you say that again. How preposterous. Even the good-tempered goddess of war couldn't take it anymore. How could you not even put on half of the underwear prepared for me? This is too infuriating. What else can you say? A little tight. It's your skin that's too tight. How is it tight? I think it's loose. Here are all gaps." Diana fiddled with it angrily. In the end, she had to admit that it might be a little tight. The 2 girls had different chest shapes. Thea was originally slender. Now that she was a goddess, her body proportions had reached a perfect level. From the shape, it looked like a beautiful water droplet. The bottom half was fuller than the top half. It looked trembling and full of temptation. Diana, on the other hand, had the traditional Greek shape of Venus. From the side, it looked like a semicircle. From the indescribable points, her upper half was larger than Thea, while her lower half was smaller than Thea. This made it so that Milady could put it on at first, but it was a little tight in the end. It took her a long time to put it on. Seeing this, the goddess of war was very unhappy. "I want to ascend to godhood too," Diana roared in her heart. She had never been so desperate for a perfect divine body. Since Milady set the example, Diana could only put it on speechlessly. To be honest, she was really not used to it. The two girls agreed to supervise each other. Only then did this little episode come to an end. After playing around for a long time, she finally remembered that there was still the armor. Thea put on a t-shirt and sat aside to watch Diana try it on. This new armor was forged from the giant armor of Kronos. The design was considered from several aspects, and it was a bit like the holy garment in a certain anime. In the end, it was not as tight as Fiora's, but it looked much more dignified than Diana's previous style that exposed her chest and back. With a deep red base and golden lines, it occasionally revealed some skin between movement and stillness. Diana's majesty revealed a kind of wild nature. Diana was a pure warrior. Her bloodline also made her magic resistance extremely high. It was just that magic was strange and unpredictable. Even the high magic resistance of the gods needed to be protected. Thea installed a gem on each of the shoulders and knees of the new armor. Ordinary gems could not store high-level magic, but these gems were the treasures of the underworld that Hades had contributed. She stored 2 time-stop spells, 1 long-distance teleportation spell, and 1 powerful healing spell in the gems. Why did you fix the gems in the equipment? The goddess of war was a little puzzled. Wasn't it better to hold it in the hand? The space ring was not a high-level equipment. Thea also made one for her after she ascended to godhood. Milady's answer to this was that if the equipment did not have gems, it would not be equipment. The original Guardian silver bracelet's quality seemed to be very strong now. As a divine artifact that had accompanied Diana for thousands of years, she chose to continue wearing it. The divine power that she usually did not use was accumulated and then burst out. Such a strong special effect made Thea envious. The original shield was made from a nameless metal that Zeus found in some corner. Now, it was a little behind the times. After obtaining the treasures of Hades for thousands of years, she could have as many rare metals as she wanted. The shield did not need to trouble the new creation star. Diana could reforge it herself. Chapter 635. Diana's original shield was smelted again, and a large amount of adamantine was added to it. In the end, Diana's shield was imbued with a lot of compassion emotions. Although it wasn't to the point where Diana's shield would turn into stone at first glance like Medusa's shield, when the enemy saw Diana's shield, they would also be affected by the emotions of compassion. Except for a few people with strong wills, the attacks of the others would naturally be weakened. The new shield was full of compassion, so it was bronze in color with silver edges. Ancient Greek inscriptions were drawn on it, which translated into English as protect. In addition, the edges of the shield were thickened. In Thea's view, the shield was for defense. There was no need to throw it out to hit people. The edge of the shield was too thin and was not good for defense. If she had the time to throw the shield, she could just jump over and slash with the sword. As for the weapon, she still had to use the previous twin swords. There were many weapons in Hades' treasury, but they were of the same level as the twin swords and were not worth replacing. Diana's equipment was brand new. Feeling the deep affection of her lover, she did not stay idle for the next few days. Artemis's silver moon longbow was returned to the Amazons, leaving only the arrow of Zeus that could travel through time. Thea did not know why Thea worked so hard to help her. In order to thank her for her selfless help, she took the initiative to use the power of the divine emperor to erase the mark of Zeus and the moon goddess on the arrow. The arrow would be Thea's own in the future. Diana had collected a lot of precious materials before, and now she had the treasury of Hades. She wanted to make a divine longbow for her lover. She used the spine of the black dragon that was cut off by the great sword of the firstborn that day as the body of the bow, mixed with a handful of fine sand that was blessed by Rhea, the mother of Hades, the mother of Poseidon and Zeus, and Diana's grandmother, the goddess of time. The spine of the black dragon, mixed with the sand of time, gave the bow an eternal and indestructible characteristic. The bowstring used the tail of the Hydra, which also had the characteristic of regeneration. In the final stage of making the bow, Thea injected the divine power of wealth into the bow, and the divine artifact was finally completed. Thea Quinn's Wealth Longbow was the name of the new bow. Thea didn't have a time-related divine concept, so she couldn't use most of the temporal sand's functions. However, with her wealth, the temporal sand would add a depreciation function on top of the temporal sand's forceful purchase. It was impossible for her to buy an enemy's divine weapon with 1 copper coin, but it was completely possible for her to exchange for an enemy's divine weapon with 30 to 40% of its value. Originally, she wanted to call it Fortune Longbow, but Diana strongly objected. So she changed it to Wealth Longbow. The ideal situation would be for Thea to shoot a few arrows, and the enemy would be very discordant. Both of their equipment had been greatly improved. Only then did they have time to pay attention to the miscellaneous items that they had obtained. Some items could improve their physical fitness, so they ate them directly. Some items had various additional effects when worn, so they chose to wear the items that they liked. There were still many items that even Diana's erudition and Thea's divine eye of wealth couldn't identify their uses. For example, the scepter beside Thea's hand. Diana frowned and looked at it for a long time before giving up helplessly. Thea could only look for the archaeologist, Dr. Savannah. This old man was really knowledgeable. He looked up several books and finally confirmed the origin. Thea was a little speechless when she received the answer. Hades had too many hobbies. Not only did he have Greek gods' items, he also had Egyptian gods, Norse gods, Mesopotamia, and other random items that he thought were good. It would take a lot of time to identify all of them. She couldn't be bothered to waste time. So she gave all the items that she couldn't identify and didn't seem dangerous to the bald Dr. Savannah, who had forgotten his own name after seeing ancient treasures. In the following days, Thea and Diana spent another 2 days together in the name of supervising each other. She left the Valkyrie to familiarize herself with the new equipment and continue to comprehend the origin while she went back to deal with her own trivial matters. Thanks to the agreement between the human world and Atlantis, the Moira people's popularity had improved greatly. Many commentators took turns to publish articles saying that the United States would walk out of the valley under the leadership of President Quinn and revive the economy. More ordinary citizens were full of expectations for the new government with the protection of superheroes. Now that it was the final moment of the election, even if the other party's candidate was God, he wouldn't be Moira's opponent. Of course, this God referred to the one in the Bible. However, it was hard to guarantee that someone would take the risk and do something stupid. From this battle in the underworld, Thea was more and more certain that history was made by small people. This saying was a bit biased, but it wasn't completely wrong. The ferryman Sharon was a vivid example. The two cold-hearted Prince Charming, who didn't know that they were cheated, probably still didn't understand the truth of the matter, until now. In order to prevent anyone from doing anything to Moira, Thea returned to the United States and began to protect her mother. Yo, long time no see. You're getting prettier now. The one who greeted her with a smile was Amanda, who rushed over today to make friends with her. The nature of the Heavens Eye Society determined their dependence on the government. Without the support of the government, they couldn't do anything. Fortunately, she and Thea had a sibling relationship for so many years. Although there were some bumps in the small things, at least they didn't break down on the big picture. Now that they were on the same side, she immediately came to express her goodwill. One doesn't slap a smiling face, and Thea wouldn't embarrass her. Besides, although the relationship between the two had been going back and forth, it was generally harmonious. Did the Heaven's Eye Society make any big moves recently? She asked casually. Amanda was a little distressed when she mentioned this. There are more and more superheroes, but the criminals are getting more and more rampant. I really miss the days when I only had to deal with explosives and bullets. Thea couldn't solve this problem, so she could only comfort her. The two were just talking in general. After all, Amanda was responsible for the president, not the president's daughter. Sia was also quickly surrounded by a group of military bigwigs. The army was beaten up badly by the Atlanteans. The military's current point of view was that humans still had potential to be excavated. Currently, the military's equipment upgrade was not fast enough. We felt that it could be faster. After dealing with this group of people, Thea didn't want to continue upgrading weapons and equipment. The current technology tree was already climbing fast enough, and the foundation was not stable. There was really no need to start new projects. The military felt that they were inferior to Atlantis, but the problem was, how many years did they study to achieve today's results? Tens of thousands of years, and they wanted to catch up with them in a few years? It was impossible. The current Earth's military force was enough to protect itself in the future. Forcibly developing technology and equipment would only cause a large deficit in the government, and it was not conducive to improving the people's lives. Whether from Moira's point of view or her own wealth, the next step was to vigorously develop civilian products and revitalize the economy. Chapter 636. In the next half a month, Moira began to do the final publicity without stopping. Thea and Oliver also followed her to all the major cities in the United States. There were really people who were not afraid of death. Some gunmen received black money. The moment they made a deal, Missy could instruct the Green Arrow team to clear the obstacles. Some of them did not make a deal at all and simply wanted to make themselves famous. She had no good way to deal with them and could only rely on tight defense to ensure their safety. In just half a month, there were 3 assassinations and kidnappings. Yes, that's right. There were even 2 kidnappings. Sia, who had already revealed her identity as a superhero, generally did not dare to provoke her. After all, during the battle with Doomsday, ordinary people would not be able to withstand her ability to flatten buildings and create deep pits with a raise of her hand. They targeted other people. A group of people kidnapped Moira's important staff. Fortunately, they were rescued by the Sky's Eye Society in time. Another group of people lost their minds and wanted to kidnap Oliver for ransom. They were beaten up by the Green Arrow team, making the insiders laugh and cry. Another day of farce ended. Thea followed her mother to win votes. The secretary could only chase after them with a pile of documents from time to time to look for people. The electronic office was very fast, but many documents still needed her to sign in person. The campaign team ran wildly in all the major cities in the country. Miss Maisie also had to chase after them. She brought documents for Missy to sign every 2 or 3 days. Miss Maisie had a strong body. An ordinary woman would have died of exhaustion. After signing another stack of documents, Thea leaned herself against the back of the chair and looked out of the window. Miss Maisie instantly understood her intention. She grabbed the pen on the table and threw it out. "Who is it? Come out." Even if it was an ordinary pen, it was thrown out of the window like a sharp arrow. The person outside the window was stunned for a moment. Then he was surprised. "Yo, not bad." A hand wearing a black leather glove instantly reached out and grabbed the pen at a very clever angle. Then, the other party took advantage of the momentum and drew a semicircle. The original throwing force was skillfully used, and with a new force, it flew straight towards the secretary. Miss Secretary didn't try to catch the pen. Instead, she stomped on the ground and did a beautiful backflip to avoid the attack. A vigorous man in black jumped in through the window. Miss Maisie narrowed her eyes and looked at Thea first. However, Miss Maisie pretended to look at the documents and didn't show any expression because of the sudden appearance of the man. It didn't seem to be an enemy, but the other party didn't seem to have any intention of revealing his true identity after entering the room. This was something worth pondering. "May I ask who you are?" Miss Maisie still maintained her elegant etiquette, as if she wasn't facing a man in black, but a business negotiation. Seeing that Thea had no reaction, the other party's face twitched slightly, and he deliberately said in a hoarse voice, "If you win, I'll tell you." Mercy glanced at Thea again, and the young lady made a hand gesture for her to do as she pleased. "All right." The secretary's words were concise and comprehensive. Then she quickly kicked off her high heels, tore off her skirt, and took off her glasses. From stillness to movement, the whole process took less than a second. She flew up, and her legs were like two battle axes, directly hitting the man in black's head. "You're really good at fighting." The man in black raised his arm to block the kick, and then changed his block into a grab, trying to grab her ankle and throw her out. However, Miss Maisie, who could fight death knell to a draw, wasn't so easy to deal with. She twisted her waist in midair and changed her move, kicking the man in the head with a backhand kick. The man in black finally realized that he had underestimated his opponent and hurriedly changed his move. Unfortunately, it was too late. He could only lean back to dodge the powerful kick, and at the same time raise his leg to kick Maisie's lower abdomen. Maisie hit the floor with her left hand at the critical moment and borrowed the force to dodge the attack. The two exchanged blows, and both of them had underestimated their opponent. It could be said that neither of them had the upper hand. I really didn't expect a delicate secretary to be so powerful. Your secretary can take at least 10 moves from me. Little Thea, you really have a lot of talents under you." The man in black no longer spoke in a hoarse voice and took off his hood. He had bright eyes, white teeth, long hair, and exuded a sharp aura. Thea didn't even raise her head and continued reading her documents. "Big Sister Shiva, you're boasting again. See if you can win against Miss Maisie first." The person who came was naturally Madame Shiva, who had taught Thea for half a year. The two hadn't seen each other for 6 or 7 years. If it wasn't for old Ma and Shiva's teachings, it would have been extremely difficult for her to reach her current position. Thea had looked for Shiva a few times over the years, but it was as if the other party was deliberately avoiding her, and they never met again. It wasn't appropriate to use force to invite her, so it had been delayed until today. Shiva was like a sister to her and taught her everything. She had always remembered this kindness in her heart. However, Shiva had a stubborn personality, and Thea had never found a good way to repay her. Now that the other party had come personally, it was no surprise that she needed her help with something. However, Shiva stopped outside the window for a while, and it didn't seem to be urgent. Shiva's biggest hobby was fighting with all kinds of martial arts masters. For a long time, she had made Batman suffer. Now, Miss Maisie definitely couldn't fight with her. No matter how skilled Shiva was in martial arts, she was still an ordinary person. It was humiliating for both of them to fight with her with a divine body. Miss Secretary was just right. She accompanied Luther all year round, and her reputation was unknown to the outside world. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a problem for her to be a martial artist with her skills. In addition, The green lamp had improved Miss Maisie's physique, so she could be used to fight with Shiva. The fact was similar to what she had guessed. Seeing that she had no intention to stop them, the two immediately started fighting again. In terms of physical fitness, Miss Maisie was slightly better, but unfortunately, the gap in experience was too big. No matter how good her fighting intuition was, she had been with Luther and Thea every day, and her fighting experience was fundamentally different from Shiva's, who fought 3 times a day. Even so, the secretary still relied on her strong physique and excellent battle instincts to fight against Shiva with all her might. She fought for more than 60 moves before she was kicked in the waist. Miss Shiva naturally didn't use any strength. She just gently brushed it, but the outcome was already decided. Miss Secretary really couldn't beat her, and she would lose if they continued fighting. Fortunately, she didn't have any sense of honor as a warrior. She put on her glasses and high heels again and continued to gather the documents as if nothing had happened. You have such a good fighting intuition, but you're doing these trivial things. Miss Shiva looked regretful, and her face was full of a, "Young girl, come and cook with me. Look, these things are what I'm happy to do." Miss Secretary put on a professional vase smile again, as if the aggressive female warrior just now was not her. Chapter 637. Thea knocked on the table when she saw the look of pity on her face. "Sister, don't try to poach her in front of me. Mercy just wants to live a normal life. She won't walk the same path as you." This was true. After interacting with her for a long time, Sia had long discovered that the secretary was a very easy person to satisfy. She just wanted to live a stable life. She wasn't like Thea when she was learning martial arts, punching Darkseid, and kicking God's father every day. She learned martial arts to protect herself, because Luther was too good at courting death. How could she survive without a good fighter? Sigh. Madam, Shiva seemed to have thought of her own troubles and sighed. Seeing that they seemed to have something to talk about, the secretary changed out of her dress and walked out with her cat-like steps. Madam Shiva, who had always been an orthodox martial artist, was depressed to see such an excellent martial arts prodigy being surrounded by daily trifles. "Sister, what's the matter?" As soon as the secretary left, Thea's expression immediately turned serious. Shiva scratched her face, as if she didn't know what to say. After a long time, she said embarrassedly, "I have a daughter. Did you know?" Thea did know. Even her husband, David Kane, the world's top assassin, had information about her. She immediately understood why she was here. She sighed. "Cassandra Kane, right? I have a rough understanding of her. Then do you have a way to cure her?" Shiva asked with some hope. I can't say for sure if I don't see the patient, but I will do my best." It was rare for Madam Shiva to make such a serious promise. Shiva also felt her sincerity and nodded lightly. Originally, it was just a coincidence back then. The paths of their lives intersected for a short period of time, but now it brought her new hope. She walked out without a word, and Thea could only follow her. The two walked through the streets and soon came to a bungalow. Madam Shiva pushed the door open and entered. Inside the room, a black-haired girl around 12 or 13 years old had already reacted when she pushed the door open. She held a dagger behind her back and hid among the debris. Her eyes were vigilant as she looked outside the door. This child was quite vigilant. Thea silently watched the mother and daughter communicate with hand signals. Not long after, Shiva indicated that she was done with the communication. Shiva, who had never asked anyone to cover her with a blanket even if the sky fell, was now full of nervousness. She seemed to be standing with her hands behind her back, but in fact, her fingers behind her back were clenched so tightly that they were creaking. When Thea wanted to check, she couldn't help but say, "Please." Thea and she looked at the little lowly. Even after Shiva's explanation, The other party still maintained a standing posture that could attack at any time. Her whole body was full of vigilance. "Good child, come here. I'll help you take a look." There was a hint of charm in his voice, trying to lower the other party's wariness. She didn't expect that despite his young age, the other party's willpower would be so high that he would be able to resist her charm. However, Thea's powerful charm attribute made the other party relax a little. The black-haired lowly couldn't speak and slowly approached. Her bright eyes kept staring at Thea, watching her jade hand slowly grow bigger in her line of sight. She tried to attack several times, but was stopped by the other party's gentle gaze. Until the hand finally fell on her own head, the two of them, one big and one small, breathed a sigh of relief. How did this child teach her? Thea was really speechless to the mother and daughter. She was so charming that she almost couldn't suppress it. Would ordinary doctors dare to check her? Wouldn't ordinary doctors be directly stabbed to death? Fortunately, the most difficult step was past. The two of them had a preliminary contact, and she began to inject her magic power to check. The other party couldn't bear the divine power, and the more inclusive and applicable magic power was very suitable for the current situation. The examination lasted for half an hour before Sia stopped and began to think with her elbows in her arms. The black-haired, lowly, named Cassandra Kane didn't suffer from any injury, but was born with a speech disorder. This defect wasn't obvious in infancy, which was why Shiva didn't look for her in the first few years. However, when she reached puberty, her physical fitness was strengthened, and the original defect was directly magnified to the point where she couldn't speak now. Her vocal cords, trachea, and cartilage were all intact, but there was a small defect in her brain. This defect made it impossible for her to effectively recognize the signals transmitted by her vocal cords, so she couldn't speak normally. The general view in the world was that 9 out of 10 people were deaf and 9 out of 10 were mute. Many mutes couldn't speak because of problems with their hearing system. However, this little girl's hearing was completely fine and even sharper than ordinary people. Her symptoms, according to modern science, were caused by genetic loss. She, who had mastered all the genetic knowledge of Krypton, could be said to be unmatched in the field of genetics. Using modern scientific methods, a simple addition to the genes, and then the brain damage, the black-haired, lowly speech function would be restored to normal. I have good news for you. I can completely cure it. It seemed that she thought a lot, but in fact, only a few seconds had passed. At this time, the patient and the patient's family members were suffering the most, so there was no need to deliberately pretend to be deep in thought. Hearing this, Shiva and the little lowly both breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Thea was about to take out the medical pod for treatment, she once again felt a slight tremor in the thread of fate. From my point of view, this child also has a new option. Thea tried to interpret the signal transmitted by fate and secretly thought about it. With her current intelligence, she quickly connected the dots, but she still needed to ask for the opinion of the person involved. Shiva saw her suddenly stop and hurriedly asked, "Any other questions?" "Sister Shiva, you are almost like my biological sister, so I won't hide it from you. Cassandra's current disease is very easy to treat. With only modern medical technology, I can restore her speech function in about a week, but now there is a better option in front of you." "What?" Shiva was too lazy to pretend to be an expert and asked a little anxiously, "Don't you reject supernatural abilities? Actually, Cassandra can benefit from this disaster and obtain a relatively powerful ability." Thea thought of Cassandra in the Battle of the Gods, the spirit princess of Troy. The two of them had the same name, and now their circumstances were similar. One's vocal cords had exploded, and the other was born unable to speak. Now, the strange fate of the two seemed to be showing signs of intersection because of her. Although the demigod was crippled, Her innate talent had not completely disappeared. Taking out the imprint rooted in her soul could completely make up for the deficiency in the little Loli's genes. Like the original Spirit Princess, she definitely could not use her words to make the law, but at the mortal level, the ability of the Spirit Princess of Speech combined with the little Loli's combat skills would be very powerful. However, Thea knew that Madame Shiva was a little against supernatural abilities. She was a pure warrior, and so was her daughter, who wanted to take over her mantle. This decision was not easy for them to make. As for whether the demigod Cassandra was willing or not, it was not within the scope of consideration. With her reputation with Hera, it was not a problem to ask for a cripple. Cassandra, who was in prison, should be grateful if she could walk out of Mount Olympus alive. Shiva and her daughter were not righteous heroes, so it was easy to transplant someone else's ability. Now, it was up to them to make a choice. Time passed by, and Shiva still could not make up her mind. What kind of ability? Like when you fought that monster in Metropolis on TV,